light a match, let it go. The fire catch, explode. Blow your mind one more time. Hurricane running through my veins. I'm buck wild, honey child. Ain't a line that I won't cross. This is the payoff.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A rather dreary morning here as we get ready for day 3 of action here at the 2025 IWWF World Water Ski Championships. Coming to you live from Riccetto in the region of Piemonte in the province of Novara and the commune of Riccetto. And yes, indeed, day 3 is about to take place despite the fact that we had less than ideal conditions so far as the rain is concerned there, Glenn.
Absolutely, Tony. Wet yesterday afternoon, finishing up the men's tricks elimination that we were going through. Wet overnight, heavy rain overnight, and this morning as well, continue on. It's not quite as heavy as it was probably during the night, but it's certainly fairly wet. So we're going to be tricking in the rain. The good news is, trying to find a positive out of this is that it is the same conditions as what we had when we finished yesterday evening, which means that we do not have to rewrite any skiers. We can continue on where we left off, Tony.
And that's the whole premise we have in the series. You can ski through it. You can do the entire series like Series 6 or Series 5, and once you complete the series, they're done, dusted out the way. But I mean, the whole premise of having the series is to make sure that the equal condition or an equal opportunity for a skier exists within that series. Now, in this instance, we cut off the event halfway through a series, but because that we're able to have high confidence in being able to provide exactly the same conditions as we left off, that's the reason why we can actually cut shorter series halfway through and still be able to continue on under the same premise.
Absolutely, Tony. And just if you're tuning in, the plan today, we've got probably around 3 hours of trick skiing today only. We do have a bit of a storm today, as you can see, a bit of rain coming through. And then because we pushed that jump into yesterday, that was meant to happen today, we'll be right on time. And then we start going forward from tomorrow, where the forecast is good, actually. The forecast, I was told this morning, for the rest of these World Championships for Friday, Saturday and Sunday is good. And so we'll be back on track tomorrow. But today, 3 hours of trick skiing, but 3 hours of very high level, exciting trick skiing, Tony.
Now, we've got bib number 51 on the dock, and that is Carter Lucas. He would have been the next skier to take to the water had it not been for the fact that we cut off that series a short halfway through. So he'll be our lead-off skier for today. Okay, so let's have a look at the current leaderboard. Starting off with women's slalom, Julie Fay with her performance of 2 at 11.25 meters in a three-way tie with two other skiers, Vittoria Sirocco and Violetta Mosiolski from Argentina. And interestingly enough, those last two performances from Vittoria Sirocco and Violetta were actually performed towards the tail end of the previous series that we had, which I believe was Women's Series 3. And Emily Newsom there with 1 at 11.25 meters, and Lisa Gersenbauer. We see Jenna Morgan there with half on 11.25 meters. Those are your top 5 right now in the women's competition. You can go to IWWF.sport and click on the link from the front page that will take you to the results service for these leaderboards. Now, men's slalom leaderboard. After we left off yesterday, Blaze Grubbs in a two-way tie for the lead with Gustavo Kretzmer with 5 on the 10.75 meters. Tim Field with 4 at 10.75 meters, initially breaking the lead score of a 3.5 at 10.75 meters from Jakob Bonya that was established right there from Series 10, and Santiago Correa. I believe that's a score of a 1 for him. Again, you can go onto the results service by clicking on the link from IWWF.sport and following the path from there. Now, men's jump. Now we shifted some events around, and just take a look at that huge jump there. From yesterday, 67.1 meters.
A couple of really massive results in there, and there's a lot of talk about it overnight, actually, the men's jump yesterday. And a lot of excitement because it seems that jump boat's super strong. Obviously, we knew this is a great jump site, but, yeah, Brandon Shipner there with 67.1, a PB. Tim Wield from Germany, 65.2. Now, I could be wrong here, but he only jumped 60 meters for the first time in this summer, basically, in the last month or so.
last weekend.
Which is some sort of crazy improvement. That's a massive jump. And then Rob Hazelwood, of course, who's spent the last couple of years as a slalom specialist, putting on the jump skis for King and Country. Yeah, 62.5. So there's some big jumps there, Tony, and we've still got another couple of seeds to go in the men's jump elimination, so this is exciting.
Okay, so let's re-rack Brandon's jump of 67.1 here.
Yeah, this is huge. He's a big guy, big barrel-chested guy. CrossFits as well, super strong. And this is a big, strong cut, a massive leap off the top. You look at the rope pull through the air.
Just look at that pull right there into the landing.
Really good jump. No headwind either, It was it sort of went from being a slight tail to maybe no wind at all out. There was certainly no assistance from the wind, and it's just a magnificent jump yesterday from Brandon.
Okay, and we had some great jump distances, but we also had 1 or 2 crashes out there.
Certainly did, Tony.
Yeah, and the one that we wanted to show you, or do we really want to show you? So we'll just take a we'll take a look at the initial reaction along the shore side to
Brandon.
realizing that he just jumped over 220 feet for the first time.
This guy was the happiest man in Italy, happiest man in Europe, I reckon, for about half an hour here yesterday afternoon. He was absolutely rapt. He couldn't believe it. Sensational jump. Some great pictures coming through.
Absolutely. Some great expressions of joy there on the part of Brandon Schipper. But on the other side of the coin, we have had 1 or 2 crashes, and this one from the under-21 world champion Antoine Marin.
Yeah, from hero to zero in the space of 3 weeks. Gold medal at the under-21 worlds, and then this happened yesterday in qualifying for the men's jump. And this is a bit of a nasty fall. It certainly hurt him. He had to retire hurt after that one.
He broke his leg, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, the ambulance people were there quickly to him. So, yeah, that is just how tough jumping is, isn't it? You go from world champion, and then 3 weeks later, you go to that. So a heart goes out to him.
Yeah, and a big shout really to the assistance offered by the Croce Rossa, the Red Cross of Italy, who were on standby and provided this level of assistance right there.
Yeah, no, full credit to them. Yeah, it was an awful crash. awkward way to land.
But kudos for him. He was still able to make the opening ceremony last night in the middle of the city of Navarra. And
wasn't that fun? Shame about the rain, but right in the centre of a very old city. When you come from a country like I do in New Zealand, the whole entire country's only less than 200 years old. It really is mind-blowing to get into the centre of one of those really old European cities and seeing some of the architecture, some of the buildings.
Yes, indeed. Now, you just briefly saw the starting list for the men's tricks competition. Ignore the first half of the list because we've skied Florian Path, who tricked 56.40, Sebastian Urban, who tricked 6K, Joe Nakamura with 45.10, and Aidan Young-Hanifer with 45.20 alongside Henri Oldorf from Switzerland. Now, from here on out, with skier 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, we stopped just before those before we took those competitors. So we're going to have Carla Lucas wearing big number 51 take to the water first, followed by Veli-Matti Attila from Finland, then Callan Ashcroft from Australia. And I do make that difference because our next skier to come afterwards is from Austria, which is Vincent Ahama, and then after him is Joel O'Toole from Australia.
That's right. Yeah, there can be some confusion. Certainly no confusion in the part of the world I live in between Australians and Austrians, but
Well, you say that, but then again, there are still some folks that will travel to Vienna Airport not realising that they're travelling to Austria instead of Australia.
I have heard that. I have heard that
they have a desk at the airport.
They have a desk at the airport, at Vienna Airport. Yeah, I wonder. So it's hard to imagine, isn't it? So you're in Paris or somewhere and you get an airline ticket to Australia for $200, and you think this is a good deal. You get on a plane, and you're like, this is a quick flight. It didn't take that long. It's only taken an hour. And then I don't know. I'm struggling to see that that's actually a thing, Tony. But I have also heard that there is a desk there.
There are actually gift shops in Vienna that have T-shirts that say "No kangaroos in Australia," just to kind of emphasise that fact. No kangaroos in Austria. Yes.
Yeah.
But the world has some strange folks.
Yeah, well, we're a couple of them too, aren't we, Tony? Excited to be standing here in the rain, commentating some tricks. See Scott Ellis out there with the rain poncho on. He's our driver, of course.
Glorified bin liner.
Yeah, it's good to see him actually giving back to the sport here. Obviously, one of the most decorated professional water skiers in the history of our sport.
And he's a Hall of Famer too.
Yeah, Hall of Famer, Scott, the Rocket Man Ellis, and he's out there driving some tricks here at the World Championships as one of the official drivers panel.
All right then, so how are we going to proceed from here? I mean, we're on men's series 4 of tricks elimination. We're halfway through the list, so we'll continue on from Carter Lucas. Then we'll have 4 more skiers after him. Then we'll go into men's series 3 tricks. And then we go into women's series 4 and women's series 3. And that'll be it for today. Not too many trickers, but the weather does call for these kind of conditions and maybe a little bit worse. And that is the reason why we moved the jump competition series that was supposed to be scheduled for today to the day before.
Absolutely. So, yeah, as I said earlier, just probably around 3 hours of tricking here. It's about to get underway with Florian Path, and then we'll come back tomorrow. It'll be a nice hot sunny day for the rest of this World Championships, and we'll be back on schedule.
Here we go. Carter Lucas is our lead-off skier at 8:30 in the morning here in Central European Daylight Time. Here in northern Italy, Rocchetto is the place. The location is the Italian national training site. And outside of the course, just doing a few warm-up tricks before he flips the rope over his head and gets set up for the toe 5 back. He's got to do this smooth. Got to keep that ski rotating, which he did. but not looking bad here with the initial tricks. The judging has already started. Toe wake front, toe wake back, and a toe front right at the very end there. So methodical in its execution, and a good looking run there, starting off with the toe 5 back, which is a 350-point trick to get things started.
Yeah, good opening run there. Obviously the rain not putting him off too much. When you think about Carter yesterday, he would have, I think he had a slalom in the morning, and then he would have waited around all afternoon for his trick set, stood down at the start dock with in the heavy rain, and then just before he was about to ski, they called the event for the day. So
yeah, you just throw your hands up at that.
Yeah, you do a little bit, don't you? But that's skiing. I mean, anyone who's skied sort of any level of tournament water skiing knows that can happen. So he would have enjoyed. He would have relaxed a bit last night at the opening ceremony, and hopefully got a good night's sleep. And he's out there at the moment doing it. So it's good to see him stand up that opening pass.
And Carter Lucas, who skis collegiately for Louisiana Monroe Warhawks over in the United States during the fall and the springtime. Yeah,
certainly does, and that's a school that's on the rise, I would think, Tony, lifting its stocks a little bit with some of the skiers that are coming in for their first year very soon, I would think.
Yes, and also being coached for his first season, Martin Coleman is the coach there now.
Yeah, Martin Coleman's coaching, and I'm thinking of Jaden Eade is on his way to Monroe, and they must be starting pretty soon, actually, if not already this week. It'd be close to...
Yeah, I think they're going through the orientation right now. And here we are. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's Glenn Williams, and we're right here in the middle of dreary northern Italy. I mean, ordinarily it'll be nice sunny skies, but sometimes the weather does turn, and this site here has experienced that on some occasions, including some flooding several years ago, which pretty much nearly destroyed this place a few seasons back. But they're able to recover and rebuild, and what you see here is a result of that effort.
Yeah, and we were on a floodplain here. You can tell that as you're driving out. But here we go, Carter Lucas now. He's skiing as an independent from Canada, of course, but skiing at these Worlds as an independent.
There's a 500-point flip. Incidentally, his first pass.
There's another 500-point flip as well.
Yep.
Going pretty well. Being a collegiate skier, this is probably his normal run would be the hands, I think.
Yes, that would yield the best amount of points.
A pretty nice hand-to-hand wake 5 back there going out. That's not an easy trick to do.
Very handy.
I know my son, who's a huge trick fan, but maybe a little bit challenged in the trick event. He's works on that trick quite a bit. Doesn't always get it. That hand-to-hand wake 5 back.
And that's a finely balanced trick now. I mean, being able to get the speed right, the edge, and just getting all of the elements that make that trick work in a particular fashion. You know, it's not easy. And the flips aren't all that easy either. Now, incidentally, his first pass yielded 25.80. And we're already in the judging stage of a pass number 2. We're using eye tricks to give us the early indication as to where the points are going for his 2 22nd runs. And already provisionally it looks like over 6,000 points, which is going to vault him into second place if that turns out to be the true scoring on that performance.
Yeah, watch this trick here.
Boom! Look at that.
Yeah, that's not an easy trick to do. Yeah, that's I like that one. But there's also some great, including the front flip, obviously worth quite a few points. So this is actually a good result here for Carter. I think he's going to be pretty happy. Stands up both passes with a lot of waiting yesterday in the rain and then tricking now in the rain as well.
There you go, a little bit of fashion there going on right there. Okay, it looks like a couple of tricks have been docked from his total, the wake back-to-back and the surface back-to-back.
Yeah,
not totally in the back position, apparently, for
No,
for both
I
those tricks.
agree. I think the judges are right on there, Tony. That you didn't quite get around all the way to the back after the wake back-to-back, which then, of course, that flows on into the surface back-to-back. But those aren't high-scoring points, high-scoring tricks for him, though. The main, he gets the flips paid. The front flip is a lot of points. So it's still going to be a pretty good score here. What are we going to be high?
It's going to be 5,800 points.
Exactly. That's a good score in the World Championships.
32.20 plus 25.80 gives him a grand total of 5,800 points, and there it is right up on your screen. He is Carter Lucas initially with a trick score of over 6,000, but because of those deductions, it's just a little about 5,800 points, and that puts him in fourth. So,
wow, this is different.
It is. This is
whoa, it might be different, but it's not going that well at the moment. Well, he's back on it. Okay, this is going to be some talking points around the world of tricking, I'm sure.
Yeah, we've seen this guy a few times around Europe. It's Veli-Matti Attila from Finland.
You might have seen him, but I haven't. That's interesting. I can't wait for this replay.
Yeah, those tricks were performed on the surface, but on the smoothest surface that he can find, which is on the outside of the wake.
Yeah, well, it is smoother out there, you're right, but you've also got that rope kind of pulling you towards the centre all the time. But it's what works for him, and good on him. I mean, it's something different. But I certainly look forward to watching that again.
I would definitely choose that over catching an edge.
Yeah, exactly. It depends what boat you train behind. I mean, these Nautiques are really good, but some of the tables in the middle of the wake, you're right, are quite bumpy.
Now, he normally skis behind the world record set in Nautique.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's the problem. You see, it kind of pulls you into the centre a bit. He's just kind of making stuff up now, I think, to get himself back on track. But I like it, though. It's something different, but a different kind of a run.
Yeah, and the judges are still scoring it the same as if he was doing it directly behind the boat. So he's not losing any marks there. And look at that, Toho into wrap there on the outside of the wake, and then edging in.
So the interesting thing, Tony, for me is when you're outside the wake like that, the pull-in for that Toho wrap in is going to have to be an extra. It's got to be an extra 25-30% of rope you'd need to pull in, because of the rope on the pole of the boat is naturally pulling you into the centre.
Yeah, you're right.
That's interesting. I like it. Something a bit different.
All right, there's a Samuli Ronka in that towboat, and there we have Veli-Matti Attila from Finland. And the rain's still working its way down, but I'm sure he's used to this in Finland.
Yeah, Finland's on my list of countries still yet to go and see. I haven't been to Scandinavia yet. Finland, Sweden, Norway. I'd like to get up there at some stage.
Depending on how north you go up in Finland right now, it's still it still stays pretty light out at the moment.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing, isn't it? In the middle of summer, we've got is it Carter Eaton, skis, US skier who's skis up in Alaska. Grew up skiing in Alaska.
Yeah, absolutely.
And in late June, early July, they can ski pretty much at midnight. They can ski all night long if they want.
All right, then looks like we got an early point score of 16.50 on pass number one for Veli-Matti Attila. But he's doing flips and stuff now.
That's
Flip
good.
twist to the
a
back.
lot of high-scoring tricks here, though. He's piling the points
front.
on. He is yet to do a trick inside the wake, though, Tony. I don't know if he's got anything inside the wake. No.
Oh.
That's interesting. This is the first time in world's history the skier has not done a single almost stand-up runs, and not a single trick was done in the centre of the wake.
Yeah, excluding the flips that you just saw.
Well, but they were over the wake, though, if you think about it.
Yeah, they were over the wake, not inside the wake. I get you.
Yeah, it's It's interesting. I like it. They do things a bit different up in Finland, obviously. It's a good score, though, really. He lost a bit of time in his toes, but there's a lot of points in these flips, as you know, Tony. So this is going to be a pretty decent score.
And already the judging is revealing 3,600 points of flips, but looks like one of those flips is going to be docked, and that is the flip on which he fell on, which is the 800-point front flip. So looks like he's north of 2,500 points so far as his second pass is concerned. And when you add that to the first, it should be a little over 4,000 points when all totaled up.
Yeah, good on him. Kellen Ashcroft now, the Aussie.
One of two Aussies, as a matter of fact.
Sometimes I like to call him the Big Show because he's into everything. He loves a bit of showmanship, is Kellen. World Ski Show champion. Not exactly sure what event that was. Is it all round?
Freestyle jump.
Freestyle jump, yeah. He did do a front flip off a jump ramp, jumping probably around that 35-metre mark and skied away. It's quite impressive. Seen him do it live a couple of times.
All right, then 4,500 points there. A committed score for Veli-Matti Attila from Finland. And the rain starting to really pelt down here, and that's not exactly going to mean optimal conditions for our trickers going forward, but it is what it is. Callan Ashcroft, who comes to us from Australia, but he does spend some time in the Midwestern parts of the United States and also down south in Louisiana, where he trained alongside the good folks at Bennett's Water Ski School in Zachary, Louisiana, which is where I'm from.
Very good flipper, Callan. Very talented, and you can imagine. Oh no!
And he goes down.
Oh, Callan, that's disappointing. Tricks, I mean, he's a very good jumper as well, but Tricks, he's got to jump tomorrow, but Tricks, I was going to say, probably his best event, especially the flipping, and unfortunately, it has let him down today. This is a trick that he would normally get any old day of the week, but obviously the rain's heavy. Whether that's affected them all, I'm not sure, but it's just kind of what it is. It's the same for all the skiers. This is very disappointing for Callan and Australia.
Indeed, he tries to land, and unfortunately the ski kind of getting away from him, and the weight shifting too far onto the tail of the ski. So it's not going to be exactly hard to determine the score on the pass number one, unfortunately.
No, and the judges get a bit of a breather, but they wouldn't have wanted that. They like to work hard because it shows the skiers going well. So yeah, shout out. There's a shot at Callan. He's as is his nature. He's fairly relaxed about it at the moment, at least on outwardly relaxed. And shout out to all the Aussie fans at home. It's a good time for viewing, I think. Probably coming up to 5 p.m. in the eastern seaboard of Australia anyway. So there'll be a lot of water ski fans tuning in.
All right, in Hobart right now, it is 4:45 in the evening, in the afternoon. 2:45 to 3 in the afternoon in Perth. And where you're from there, in Auckland, in Australia, in New Zealand, I'd said, a Freudian slip there, 2:45 to 7 at night.
Yeah, a lot of Kiwis, I'm sure, tuning in to watch this event. It's a little bit, Worlds in Europe, if you're in Australia and New Zealand, a little bit hard with the time zones, but there's a good opportunity to watch the start of every day. In Australia and New Zealand, you get to see quite a bit of the Worlds, and then it just depends how late you want to stay up. I guess as we get into the weekend, Tony, into the finals, be plenty of fans around the world staying up all night to watch the Worlds. So it's just quite so easy in the middle of the work week.
And of course, it goes without saying that TWBC's coverage is accessible in archived form, no matter what, So I mean, if you want to watch yesterday's action, including that 67.1 meter bomb by Brandon Schipper, you can go back to yesterday's coverage and go to that marker on the
big moment coming up for Callan now, Tony, because his hand run's worth so much more than his toes. He's really forced here to do his hand run again.
Yeah, he has that option.
But that's pressure when you've just fallen on a trick to do it again. It looks like he might be changing things up. Starting with that's
there
beautiful.
There we go. That's beautiful right there. There we go with the half jack to the front there.
Trick.
Now he's going to go in for the remainder of his flips. There we go. Come on, keep going. There we go. Reverse front flip. Flip twist to the back. Flip twist to the back reverse. Comes out to the front. Now he reduced the boat speed for the ski lines. What has he got? Ski line back to back and takes a fall there, but a little bit of redemption there on pass number 2.
It just shows it's such fine margins, isn't it? Like it's a game of inches because 99 times or 95 times out of 100, you'd have to say he lands that first flip on that first pass, and just like he did here on the second pass, and continues on for a good score.
And the impact of those flips is pretty huge. You know, when you tot up all of the points, right now he's a little ways north of 5,000 points just on those flips alone. And we're assessing the points. The marks could be knocked down from that point. They're in the review stage. They've identified the tricks, but now they're reviewing them to see if they're clean, and they are performed within the spirit of the rules. Ski line back and a front and then a back, and then goes in for the ski line back to back. Good elevation, but the recovery wasn't all that great there towards the end.
No. Oh, well, that's a bit disappointing there for Cullen, but at least he was able to show us what he could do there on his second pass.
$53.10 is should be the score that will be committed to the final total. It is 53.10. Timing wouldn't be an issue as he fell before the 20 seconds of time expired. Now, for those of you that are rather new to the whole scoring setup with iTricks, it's a new innovation created by Donald Conley from Ireland. He is the brains behind Splash Eye and a number of different electronically based innovations that go with tournament water skiing. And an iTrick is a tablet-based scoring system in which each of the 5 judges gets a tablet, and they all assess each trick in its judging phase. They identify the tricks first of all, and then they go back and they assess whether each one of those tricks they identified is clean and clear. And then once they've identified all of those tricks and judged them for its clarity, then it goes against the 20-second clock, and how many of those tricks will go within that 20-second goes to a committed score. And there you go.
Yeah, it's
I don't know how well I explained that.
No, you did well, Tony. It's great system. I know back home in New Zealand we're pretty much exclusively use it there back home in New Zealand now for trick judging.
Yeah, it is a hammer, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, bib number 30, which is Hammer.
Yes, it's Vincent Hammer. Yes, and he was one of the medalists from last weekend in the U21 European Championships in the jump event, with a personal best, no less.
Oh, let's see how he goes. He's going to start with his toes. He's in...
smooth as you like.
Yeah, out there in the rain. Oh, beautiful. Toa wrapping on the toe outs a little bit skippy, but he's getting it done here. Away go. Toe wake line O. This is...
toe wake line back to back.
That is a really nice toe wake line back to back.
Nice elevation, good access.
I think, Tony, maybe that toe wake line O, though, who the judges might have a bit of a look at there.
That trick has come under a lot of scrutiny over the last few weeks.
It's a very hard trick to do credit, to be fair, under the way the rules are written. And I mean, it's hard to change the rules in a hurry. But that one was particularly, well, I don't be too hard, but it was. I can definitely see some issues with that toe weight line O on this pass. The rest of it was all pretty good, though, I thought, Tony.
All right, then, and actually 3 judges have denied credit on that particular move, the toe wake lino. Foot in the water for 2 of the officials, and being flat with the third.
Yeah, here it comes now, so you can watch it home.
Toe wake lino, look at that. Yeah, the foot was definitely in the water there towards the tail end.
Absolutely.
But
this next one, though, is beautiful toe wake line back to back.
Oh yeah, credit on that one.
Yeah.
If it's within time, which it is, it's 480 points.
One of the tricks that at the under-21 Worlds in Canada, which was also taken a lot, was the toe wake O.
Yeah, that's the one.
But I've got to say, to be honest, that the toe wake O's I've seen so far, in this Worlds have all looked good, and they've all been getting credit, Tony, as far as I've seen anyway. I haven't seen too many Towakos taken.
Maybe one or two, but the Towako in this instance there with Vincent Ahama appears to be credit-worthy. The only trick that is not credit-worthy was the Towake Lino, and that won't form part of its points. The committed score on pass number 1 is 2,600 points.
Yeah.
And we still see, look at the leaderboard with Stepan Shapak still there with a trick score north of 8,000 points ahead of Sebastian Urban with 6,000 points even. And if you want to be part of the live chat and maybe add your voice and opinions to the deal, subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You'll have those privileges. And also, you'll also be informed as the next time we go live. And after this competition, we will go live for the very first time from the Republic of Georgia next week.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. I'll be watching. I'll be back home in New Zealand by then and watching that webcast, I'm sure. But it's good to see us heading into taking pro water skiing into the Republic of Georgia.
Here we go. This here is Vincent Ahama. Almost going down on the trick that Callan Ashcroft went down on.
There he goes in.
And just not getting into much of a sustainable rhythm there.
Don't underestimate how hard it is to do some of those tricks in this heavy rain, Tony. I mean, I'm sure you know, but
I know
it's hard to spot. You got to spot your landing. You got to spot the peak of the wake, to get it right on those flips, and it would be stinging. It's not. I mean, obviously, tricking is the only event we can do in this rain. You can't slalom and jump. But it still will be affecting these skiers. And unfortunately, a couple of them come unstuck here on the flips now.
And letting the handle get away there as he was trying to spot the landing, and I mean, you've got enough on your plate to deal with actually doing those tricks, and then you're thinking about the rain and how that's impacting things. It's grisly out there. Anyway, let's have a look and see what points are being produced there for Vincent Ahama. 2,600 points confirmed on pass number 1. Pass number 2, he fell on the back flip the back landing, but the 3 tricks that preceded it, which was the Mo back and the back to front flip and the regular back flip, all credit. So he gets 1,000 points for the back flip and the back flip to the front. You add another 50 for the back flip to the front, and then you add another 800 for the Mo back, and that gives him a grand total of 4450. Whenever you add the 1850 that he yielded on pass number 2.
Well, next competitor is from Australia, Joel O'Toole, and very good tricks here. One of Australia's better men's trick skiers, that's for sure. And he has got some, as we've said earlier, it's pretty heavy rain here. But he jumped well yesterday. I think it was a PB yesterday for Joel, 56 metres. So hasn't had a bad start to his tournament.
Yeah, not bad at all. Over 180 feet for the first time.
So yeah, exactly. So when he lives in northern Victoria now, I think, with girlfriend Lane Moroney. So when we go to the Worlds in 2 years' time at Moala, he'll be one of the guys, I'm sure, running around helping run that event, doing a lot of the coursework, and that's his home site basically. So he'll be doing a lot of the coursework, and I don't know what he'll be doing. He'll have some jobs, I'm sure. He'll be pretty busy this time in 2 years' time. Well, it's actually only probably 18 months away, isn't it now? Because it's going to be...
Yeah, because it'll be in the southern hemisphere.
At the end of February, of 27.
Here we go. Let's have a look and see. Toe 5 back looked pretty smooth. The judges are looking for smoothness and consistency on that opening trick, which is 350 points, and looking pretty useful out there. Toe wake lino. There you go. Now I don't know if the foot was too far in the water in the middle of that trick's execution.
That was good tricking in that really heavy rain, Tony. There were a couple of tricks there though that I think that the judges may have a look at. The reverse toe wake back to back, possibly. Even though we've been talking about the toe wake 360
The judges...
Yeah. So that one they might look at that one particularly for Joel. And normally he would do a toe wake much better than that one, much more height. We didn't get a lot of height on that one. So let's see what happens here. This is difficult stuff tricking in this heavy rain for Joel. He has stood up.
Looks like the judges are not going to give him the toe wake because of pre-turn issues there. But we'll see. Let's have a look and see here. Toe 5 front, toe 0 out. Those tricks appear to be credit. And here we go. Yeah, that ski started spinning before it hit the top of the wake.
Yeah, and it there also wasn't clearly 360 degrees in the air either. So one of the things with eye trick, Tony, is that you have to give a reason for it not being scrubbed. Sometimes there's multiple reasons, and I think you can only give one reason at a time. So we read it on the screen to see that it was pre-turn, but I'm suggesting to you that possibly some of the judges have scrubbed that not for pre-turn, but for
being flat.
Yeah, for being flat.
Which is what's happened with one additional judge.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, it's a one. Yeah, because sometimes you get skiers saying, "What do you mean I pre-turn?" But sometimes it's not. Just because they've put pre-turn, they might have. Because it's all a bit rushed sometimes there in the judges' tower. The judges are trying to get those scores out, which actually they're doing a magnificent job. You'd have to say, Tony, these scores are coming through very quickly here this morning. Yes,
indeed. It looks like it's going to be north of 2,000 points. And
now, the interesting thing, we didn't watch on the replay, but the toe wake lino, he's been credited, Tony, and I actually agree with it. I definitely agree, because even though his foot was in the water, it was after he'd completed the trick.
Now, only 2 judges have said that his foot was in the water, and you need a majority to score.
Oh, okay,
the trick.
So he's got a 3-2 split.
Yeah,
so
3-2 split, yeah.
But I must admit, when I looked at it initially, when I looked at it live, I thought he might. I thought, geez, he's going to probably get paid that trick, because even though the foot was in the water, it was after he had completed the trick. I understand we're actually holding right now. That rain's just got too heavy, I think, Tony.
Yep. And these scores coming through on eye trick, and you're right. I mean, the judges do have to give a specific reason, or actually in a couple of instances that I've seen before, they've actually listed more than one reason for not being able to give a particular trick at a particular time.
Actually, I think Joel O'Toole has done quite well here. Sometimes you have, as a skier, sometimes you have luck, good luck and bad luck. But you see like his toe wake back to back there. I thought initially watching it live he wouldn't get it paid, but he actually has got it paid. But 2 of the judges didn't. So he's had a 2-3 split in his favour, which is a bit of good luck. It could easily just swing the other way.
Exactly.
So it's pretty. One of the great things about eye trick is you can see all the stuff coming through in real time.
All right, then here we go. Coming in, ski line back to back.
Jesus, ridiculously heavy rain now, Tony. You'd have to say.
He's going to have to feel the wake more than he sees it.
It's monsoon-like.
There we go. There are flips from one side to the other. There's a reverse flip, positional to the back. Mo back.
Oh, nice.
850 points there, and he's got a couple of side sliding. Yes.
Yeah.
And it's just a case of survival there right now.
Given how heavy the rain is now, I think that's a really good stand-up pass from Joel O'Toole.
And now we've actually completed a series. Now the judges have a little bit of flexibility now in determining whether they go straight ahead with the next series or delay it.
Bring it on, I reckon, Tony. No, I'm not sure. This judge's call. So I'm sure some of the skiers don't really want to trick in this. But it's also tough, though, that a lot of the skiers don't want to wait around all day either, wondering whether they're going to ski or not. Some of them are probably thinking, let's just get out there. Yeah, that trick there would be interesting to see what the judges think, because the rope was in the water for most of that trick, but it's hard because the rain's so heavy.
Yeah, and that was the ski line back there to start things off, and 2 judges have suggested that rope is in the water.
Well, 2 judges is good, as long as there's not 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's a majority of 5. But the flips are all are good, Tony. Given how heavy the rain was, I think Joel's going to have to be fairly happy with this trick set.
And like tricking in the rain is something that you just would not want to do, just out of pure choice, for training. They'd rather just sit in the clubhouse and try and keep warm. But looks like we are holding. We've now completed Series 4 tricks. We'll go on to Series 3 tricks, hopefully when we do get a little bit of break in the weather. And then from Men's Series 3, we go on to Women's Series 4 and Women's Series 3. As we continue with coverage of this, the 2025 IWWF World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Rocchetto in Italy. And they're still continuing to review the tricks, including the flip back-to-back, which would have been 850 points. But there are two issues with that. One of them is the pre-turn of that particular trick. There's a 3-2 not in his favor, and it might have been out of time anyway.
Okay. I mean, I'm not as good a trick judge as these guys here in this panel here, Tony, but I didn't think it. I thought it was okay. It was certainly good enough for me, but that's why I'm not a world's trick judge, I guess. But like you say, it could have been out of time anyway. But it's a lot of points, so Jolks kind of needs it.
32.50 on that one, which gives him a grand total of 59.30. So there we go. All right, then. Looks like we're going to hold for a few minutes, hopefully for a break in the weather to arrive. But this is continuing coverage of the 2025 IWWF World Water Ski Championship. Your current leaderboard remains almost unaffected, except for the fact that Joel O'Toole has gone into the top three right now with 59.30. That's the major change that relegates Dima Thompson down to the fourth, and every other person below that as well. Carter Lucas is in the top five there as well with a 5,800 point trick effort. But in the lead, Stepan Schbach is still sitting pretty at the top, though, with 83.30, and Sebastian Urban in second place with 6K. So we're taking a little bit of a breather. Hopefully we'll get a break in the weather, and we'll continue on to our next series of tricks, our last of our men's series of tricks, which is going to be Series 3 elimination round. And when we return, we should have that coming up next.
Eagle, made in the USA.
Ryan.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. Go. On your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
World record ropes masterline.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
see you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets off. Side flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here to push up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Masterline, made in the USA.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Masterline, made in the USA.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, We have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Flips around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
That's large. Knees here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
World record ropes masterline.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kicking and overdrive. Go on your mark. Get ready, set, go.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
Eagle. Made in the USA.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets over. Inside and flips around 2. Wade losing the lead. Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. first time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around one, and
That's large. He's here to put you up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Eagle. Made in the USA.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. On your mark. Get ready, set, go.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
World record ropes masterline.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
moves into the lead. Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
That's large. He's here to put up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Masterline, made in the USA.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, I got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kicking it over, go! On your mark, get ready, set, go!
All right then, folks, and welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the IWWF World Water Ski Championships, coming to you from Riceto in northern Italy. My name is Tony Lyford, and glad to have you back on board. Okay, we have a projected restart time of 10:15, which is in about 7 minutes, according to my clock here. So in about that amount of time, we should be in good shape to continue on with at least the next series, which is men's series 3 tricks. We have 10 skiers earmarked for that particular series, and then we would proceed on to the remaining trick series, which will have 4 today, which is women's series 4 and women's series 3. So today is a little bit abbreviated. We had to move a few of the events that were scheduled today into yesterday, and that's where we saw that huge jump from Brandon Schipper. And for those of you that missed it a little bit earlier on, you can actually watch that jump on yesterday's archive coverage. But here is your trick leaderboard, Stefan Spack with 83.30. He is your current leader, ahead of Sebastian Irvin with 6K. Then Joel O'Toole with his trick score north of 5,000 as 2 is 4th place, Dima Thompson, and 5th place right now, Carter Lucas. And you can see all of the other results and where they stack up right now by going to iwwf.sport and click on the link that will take you to the special page dedicated to these World Championships. And from there, you can go onto the results service and be informed as to when things change in that regard. So, all right, Glenn. A little bit of a dreary day. Is not what we're typically accustomed to at elite level tournaments, but it is what it is, and we just have to just get on through it.
It's an outdoor sport, isn't it, Tony? So we do get a bit of weather from time to time. I think back to the Worlds in 2023, of course, similar, I think, back there at Travis's 2 years ago, where we had a day, maybe not so much with rain delays, a little bit of rain delay, but it was a little bit breezy one day there. So it is an outdoor sport, can hit us anywhere in the world. But yeah, not the hot and sunny Italian summer that I was looking forward to, although the forecast over the next couple of days is looking very good.
All right, then continuing right along, we've got a projected restart time of 10:15, which is in about 7 minutes, less than 7 minutes away. And let's have a look at our performances from earlier on in this competition. Starting with slalom, and Gustavo Kretschmer tying for the lead in the men's slalom competition, with his score is probably one of his better scores. A 5 at 10.75 meters was just so close to making a full impact on this pass there, Glenn.
Yeah, it was a good score, this, and of course, big break forward there. He wasn't all that far off running that pass. Also, of course, we saw Blaze Grubbs with a 5, so they at 10.75. So they were the two best skiers of the day, and well, two best men's slalom scores so far, both on 5 at 10.75. Here's another replay of Gustavo now, Chilean athlete. Not a great start in this pass, but he continued to work hard and keep pushing and pulling and prodding his way down this 10.75 metre line. You see him around 4 ball there.
Yep, he was certainly trying to get as far down as possible in 10.75 meters. He ends up with 5, but he should be pretty pleased with that effort. But a little bit disappointed that he didn't make the kind of break on number 5 that would have allowed him to get round all 6 at 10.75 meters, and that would have really opened some opportunities up for him going forwards there, Glenn.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so here's our second skier yesterday to get 5 on the 10.75, which is Blaze Grubbs.
And this is from the opposite direction.
Yeah, obviously started on a shorter line length, I think, Blaze. Started at 13 metre rather than 14 metre, but Blaze from Northern California, up at Bel Aqua.
Yep.
And he was happy with the score. In fact, we'll watch the replay here. It's a great start on 1, but he probably should have run this pass. I think in the end, it's just one of those sweet and sour moments because although he's happy to have 5 at 10.75, he'll probably look back on it and think he had a bit of a shot at running this pass. See, he comes out of 4 ball. He's in pretty good shape here, a little bit down course, but he's early enough to run this. Kind of didn't get quite enough width into 5 ball. He finishes up there. He's happy though, and he should be. So those are our 2 overnight leaders in the men's slalom. Blaze Grubbs from United States and Gustavo Kretschmer from Chile. Let's watch another replay here of Blaze out of Northern California.
All right, just looking at this once again there for Blaze Grubbs, and he was certainly gritted his teeth and went for it on this particular run at 10.75 meters. Nice S-turn, and just about managing to get to the wakes just in time for the next set of boat guides, and good solid skiing there. It puts him in a 2-way tie for the lead with Gustavo Kretschmer in the men's slalom competition. And now let's reveal the running order for the Tricks event as we continue on to Series 3. Rob Hazelwood will be our lead-off skier, followed by Ivan Zaletsov, then Gennady Gorelia, then Tom Parkin, then Vincenzo Marino, Thomas Daigle, Patrick Crisp, Zdenek Coleman Jr., Mikhailovchenko, and our last skier off the dock in today's men's tricking. Today, it's going to be Lucas Cornell.
Yeah, so these are the guys that probably have ranking scores between, 8,500 and 9,500 points or something like that?
Something like that.
Yeah, sort of that kind of range trickers. Still very high caliber. Obviously, Rob Hazelwood, we don't see him tricking or jumping very often nowadays. He's a bit of a, you'd have to say, a slalom specialist on the pro circuit, but he does it for King and Country every couple of years now at the World Champs, tricks and jumps. We saw him jump very well yesterday, Rob, with 62.4 metres, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him stand up a reasonably high scoring trick pass here as well. Rain's a little lighter than when we finished up with the last series of tricks about an hour ago. It's definitely lightened up, although with plenty of thunder and lightning in the vicinity over the last hour. It's cleared, but you kind of get the feeling the rain possibly could return. So we'll want to get underway as quickly as we can. As there we are. Bib number 101, Rob Hazelwood.
101.
Because the Great Britain team have got to be in with a bit of a shout at the team's title. Obviously, the USA, I think, are the favourites this year. But when you've got a team that includes Joel Poland, Rob Hazelwood, Jack Critchley, Sancha Altram, obviously either Freddie Winter or Will Asher will probably be in that team as well. I'm not sure. I haven't actually seen the British team named yet. But very solid team, so obviously in with a shout in the teams competition, Great Britain.
All right there, so coming on in. Let's see what he can do with his first of 2 20-second passes. Had a huge jump yesterday, second only to that 67.1 meter jump from Brandon Schipper. And looking at him go, there's the flip twist to the back, and it's reverse.
This is good. This is really good from Rob Hazelwood.
Yeah, just solid as you like, as if he tricks every day.
Yeah, really good credit as well. I think it'd be a pretty tough judge to take any of those tricks. That was really good, clean tricking from Rob. Stands up, absolutely stomps his hand pass there. Great stuff.
Good skiing there from Rob Hazelwood. Absolutely on fire out there with his first of 2 20-second runs. And I-Trick will get fired up in just a moment or so.
Yeah, and full credit to him. When it's not easy, he would have been standing in the rain. He'd be getting shelter, trying to stay warm for over an hour now, probably an hour and a half, waiting for this trick set.
And being quite methodical with each of these tricks. He's not too concerned with rushing them and going down early as a result. And that's going to be reflected with the amount of tricks that he gets at the tail end of this run, credited within 20 seconds.
Super clean, though. There's no issue at all with credit, I wouldn't think, Tony. Plenty of height on those ski line tricks.
Yes, absolutely, including that ski line 5 back right towards the end. And there are a couple of tricks beyond that point that are considered to be out of time or non-credit worthy, but Rob Hazelwood doing a fine job. The tricks have been identified, starting off with the Mo back-to-back, and then it's reversed, 2 800-point tricks. So 1,600 right from the very first 2 moves. And not looking bad at all. And, this is our first real serious threat against that lead score from Stepan Špak of 83.30, which currently leads the competition at this time.
Absolutely. I think if Rob stands up this toe pass, his toe pass is probably in the vicinity of about 3,500 points, I would guess.
And if he does, then it'll be added to the 59.70,
which is 9.5. I mean, it's hot. So he's probably on target here for a score around 9,300, 9,600, that sort of vicinity, which would make him the new leader.
Let's have a look and see. Setting up the boat speed should be a little bit slower than his handle run. Slowly turn there, the toe 5 back, and then toe wake back to back, and that's reverse. Toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe 0 back in.
Super clean tricking though, isn't it?
Toe wake line-o, toe wake line back, positional to the front and back to again. Toe wake line back to back, falling on that one. But I'll tell you what, that should be north of about 8,300 points there total when you factor in the points and it just
absolutely
north of 90 looks like.
Yeah, highly possible this will be 9,000, a little bit over. He's lost that toe line back to back, I think it was at the end of the run where he fell, and better to see what the judges think about a couple of tricks towards the end, a couple of the toe line tricks. But to me, he's tricking reasonably slow and deliberate. He probably hasn't quite done the amount of tricking that a lot of these guys would have done at these Worlds, so he's making sure of it out there. Toe wake O, looks good. Toe wake line O.
Only one judge is given a pre-turn on that toe wake O.
Yeah. What are they thinking about the toe wake line O at the moment, Tony, when you look at your screen?
It's looking good for 480
Excellent.
points.
Yeah, I thought it looked all right too. It's all about the timing on that toe wake line O of when that. It's really hard to not put your foot in the water. It's just a matter of when you put your foot in the water, basically. It can't be while the ski's going over the top of the rope.
All right, then, and only one of our judges has judged that toe 5 back at the beginning to be a toe back and a toe O.
Ooh.
Any guesses?
That was tough.
Any guesses? No, of course.
No, I'm not.
No.
I'm not going there, Tony. I'm not naming judges. But that was good. I mean, great skiing. So what do we got there? We've got just, 9,400 odd points, I think, from Rob?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it is. It's 3,460 on pass number 2. Add those two together, and we now have a new lead score of 94.30.
Doing it for his country, you'd have to say. That's magnificent stuff from Rob. He's had a great tournament so far. 62.4 in jump, and now 94.60 in the trick event.
Yep, there we go. Good skiing there from Rob Hazelwood. Ivan Zaletsov from Ukraine. A skier that's definitely capable of getting up to that high echelon point level.
Very quick, isn't he? The Ukrainians always toe trick super fast. Oh, toe line 540. Sensational
in the middle
stuff.
of the run as well. Look at them go.
That's gutsy.
There we go, toe wake line back to back. He's going methodically with this run. I've seen him trick faster, and sometimes he's come up a little bit short when he does that. So he's just settling himself down and just trying to work with the conditions rather than against them.
Super big on the toe wake line 540 though. It's a great trick and one of my favourite tricks all time. The toe wake line 540. We'll have another look at it here now. Basic stuff to start. Toe 5 back and toe back to backs. Toe 5 front.
So not looking too bad.
Now here we go.
Here we go.
Huge.
There we go. Look at this. Boom.
Wow. That is a cool trick.
Nicely done there. Good access to the front. And then toe wake lino. Just look and see how high that rope is off the deck there.
Yeah. That's certainly taking the judges right out of it, aren't you? If you can keep the rope that high on a toe line trick.
I think the only person that I've seen actually perform that toe wake lino was that cleanly in the past is Forrest Fisher from way back in the day. Stefan Spack we see there in the background and in the toe boat, and he was the current leader up until a few minutes ago. But Ivan Zaletsov looks like his 34.80 that he accumulated on pass number 1 is up against the clock right now. We got a committed score of 36.10, 3,610, and looking for something in the region of about 5,800 or 5,900 points on pass number 2 to put him within a shouting distance of Rob Hazelwood.
Yep, we get into this Series 3 and the calibre of the tricking's lifted, hasn't it? You can see right from the start here.
So youthful vigour against experience here. Head-to-head now between Ivan Zaletsov and that new lead score from Rob Hazelwood.
So you were saying yesterday, Tony, many of these Ukrainian skiers have been training in Austria?
Yes, absolutely they have.
Obviously, it's a bit tough at the moment in the Ukraine. Plenty of things going on there.
Half jack after a positional. There he goes. There's the front flip. Oh, and he collapses on the front flip. Oh, my word.
Exciting young talent, and he's destroyed. He can't believe it, folks, and my heart goes out to him. It's not probably a trick that he normally falls on, and the young guy there is just not sure what he's saying, but he will not be happy with himself.
Don't have to
disappointing stuff.
Don't think you're going to have to hazard a guess as to what he's expressing out there, but
it's tough. You know how hard tricks are, Tony. I mean, it's so hard to learn these tricks. So many hours of practice, and just here, so easily could have landed that flip as well. Just kind of.
Yeah, and those are the
hard.
hard.
A bit, didn't he? And the rope handler got away from him.
All right, then he climbs up the bank there, 850 points as a result of his first trick. So we got a committed score of 44.60, 4,460 points.
Oh, he's not happy, is he? Poor bloke. Just a youngster. It was a learning curve for him. It's certainly high-level trick skiing. Can be a bit of a cruel mistress. It teaches you a few hard life lessons.
All right there, so moving forward, and here is a guy that has bags of experience there, representing the Republic of Georgia. This is Gennady Gorelia, multiple-time European and world champion at 035 level.
Yeah, big, strong Georgian.
And Gennady Gorelia remembers the time when he actually represented the Soviet Union in the late 80s.
Geez. So he started back in the 80s. Well, there you go. He's bridged, been around quite some time then.
Here he comes.
Yeah, toe 720 to start. One of the first toe 7s we've seen, actually.
Yeah, indeed. I think there was a little bit of a partition spin there, a little bit of a delay on the front, but that's for the judges to decide. But there we go. Toe wake-o, reverse toe back, toe wake back to back. Just working his way through toe wake line back to back. Good elevation with each of those.
And be interesting.
Surviving more than anything.
Stood up, Tony. I don't know. I think the judges might not be happy with a couple of those tricks, which is going to cost them a few points. But we'll wait and see.
Obviously, there's a lot of scrutiny around the second trick, which is the toe 5 back. Like about there, a partition spin that one. So that might not be a trick that will be awarded into his total for pass number 1. But look at the rest of these tricks. Looking pretty smart out there. And good access there. Grabs the line. Turns in towards the wake. Careful not to pre-turn that ski.
Yeah.
And showing us.
There's a couple of tricks, unfortunately, I think he's going to lose here, but we never know. We'll wait and see what the judges think.
All right, then. It looks like the judges have turned the toe 5 back into a toe 0 and toe back.
And that's the only trick? The rest of the tricks are all credited at the moment?
Yeah, except for maybe 2 judges looking at the toe wake line back with foot in the water, but that's only 2 right now. So looks like that. Looks like a third one has offered his or her opinion and saying that it's not a complete trick. The toe wake line back towards the end, and everything else beyond that point is out of time.
Yeah, so 2,080. Not a massive score for a trick run like that. I've got to compliment the judges and the officials. These scores are coming through quite quickly. Tony, we're not really holding the skiers at all on the dock, which is great to see. It's one of the great things about iTrick.
Yes, and iTrick kind of takes the scorer a little bit out of the equation, because normally whenever you judge tricks, the trick sheets get passed towards the calculator. They have to collate the tricks and match them up against each of the judges and all.
Just falling there towards it. Had been going really well and just falling towards the end on that back landing flip. But, geez, I love the front flip. Big guy. If he was representing the Soviet Union back in the 80s, he's going to be similar sort of age to
us.
To us, Tony.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, to do a front flip like that is sensational. Hats off to him.
Yeah, good skiing there. And actually, he'll be competing at the Poti Pro next weekend in his native land of the Republic of Georgia. Actually, in October, he'll actually receive citizenship to his adoptive home nation, which is right here in Italy. So he'll be a dual citizen before too long. But he'll be returning to Poti in Georgia, competing against the world's best in that Poti Pro. And you can find out more details about that Poti Pro competition by going to waterskiprotour.com. That is waterskiprotour.com, and find out all the information that is associated with that tournament, including maybe entering for that competition. And as Gennady Goradia commits to a point score of 25.70 on pass number 2, 46.50 is the total. 46.50 is the total for Gennady Goradia. 46.50.
Yeah, I think he'll be a little bit disappointed with that score. He obviously conditions are a little tough out there as the rain starts to intensify again, but he did a lot of tricks, a lot of high-scoring tricks, and to only end up with 46.50 out of those 2 runs. Obviously, the fall sort of 2/3 of the way through the hand run, but he stood up his toes. To get 46.50 will be a little bit of a disappointing score, I think.
And here comes Tom Parkin from Great Britain, who some of you may recall actually took a pretty nasty knock yesterday, jumping, going out the back. But let's see what he can do with the tricks. 2 front flips to lead off with. Actually, the half jack starts things off, and that resulted in the last 2 front flips being in sequence.
This is
and
good,
here we
though,
go.
isn't it?
Yes,
Lots
indeed.
of great
Look at
flips
this.
here.
Ski line back to back, and a side at the end there. So very quickly done, very, very aggressive.
Yeah, and given the conditions, Tony, that was a great stand-up pass. So I'm impressed with that.
I don't know if he would go out of his way to trick in the rain, but then again, the typical British summer calls for this most of the time. There's Vincenzo Marino representing Italy. And he's a skier on the rise, especially with some of his clutch performances and in this event as well. There's the half jack to get things up and running. There he goes with the initial front flip. And then here's the reverse. Boom, hits those 3. Half jack is worth 850.
Yeah, some high-scoring flips there, Tony. You did right.
So 2,400 points over with the first 3 tricks. And just look at some of the stuff that he's thrown in for good measure. Ski line back. Now he has about 3 tricks before he ends off with time the ski line back to back. And then he turns to the front there. Looks like they missed out on that side slider towards the end.
Well, if that's all he missed out on, I think he'd be happy enough then, wouldn't he?
No, but I mean it's extra points. That's why they throw the backs and the fronts and the surface.
So he missed out on time or for credit?
I think the judges might have actually missed that trick. I'm not too sure.
Okay.
I think he actually flicked the side slide.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a side slide. There it just got added towards the end there, right?
It's there.
Yep, it's there now.
Geez, you take every point you can get.
All right, so here we go. Coming in on pass number 2. This is toe tricks. Now, he'll obviously be encouraged by what he's done with the handle pass, but sometimes you're going to have to just chill a little bit with toe tricks and not get excited with that too much.
Oh, we've got a
Toe
Joel
wake
Pole
back.
and Erica Lang type start to a run with a toe wake 5 back. Great to see.
Toe
Look at
back
that
to back,
sideways
toe 5
rain.
front.
It's looking pretty tough out there at the moment, Tony. Sorry to
Look
interrupt
at
you.
this. He's still continuing to trick there. And a very, very quick edge there. Toe wake line O. Toe wake line back. Nostrils deep with that one. Yes, and he stands up both runs.
Yeah, it's a big score. It's going to be it's got to be close to 9,000 points, you would think, maybe even more. Be interested to see. We'll watch the replay here.
Absolutely.
He's happy. Well done.
I don't know whether that's a sense of relief or just happiness or unbridled. There we go. That was Tom Parkin.
Well, I think if he gets scored all these tricks, I think we could be looking at a PB.
Maybe. Currently, the score coming through looks like 52-10 on pass number 1. And the second pass, the tricks being totted up. They're in the review stage right now. And it looks pretty clean. I don't see too many tricks that have been cut on.
Yeah, it looks pretty clean up to this point, and I'm just going to watch these toe line tricks again here. But as you say, Tony, the judges seem to be happy with it.
Yeah, they seem extremely happy with this. I mean, I'm looking at them with the point scores right now.
Look, I'm happy enough, Tony. And certainly if the judges are happy, then that's all that matters. It's good to see.
Okay, they're still judging. There's
I was going to say, there's still tricks to come on here yet.
And I think it's going to go to timing in just a moment or so. Seems to be pretty low, the point score on the screen. I'm seeing something different on mine. The total.
Yeah, well, that's the last trick that they've got on that screen is a toe O. He did a number of tricks after that, so that score will go up, I'm sure.
The point score that I'm seeing right now is 36-20 on pass number 2, so it's going to be north of 8,000 points.
Well, it's well north. It's very close to 9,000, I think. If you do the maths, it's about 8,800, I think, for Tom Parkin, but we'll get that confirmed. Vincenzo Marino now. Starting pretty well here on toes. Just flying through these tricks. Over the rope he goes. Toe wake line O. Toe wake line back. Has he got a toe wake line back to back to finish? He does.
Yes,
he goes
does.
big.
Look at this.
Oh, good stand-up run. It's so good to see these athletes standing up in these adverse conditions. A lot of pressure on them. Conditions are not great, but my word, they're getting the job done out there.
All right, then. So in amongst all of that, the point score total was come through provisionally 8,820 for Tom Parkin. That would put him in about third or fourth place right now. But looking at the tricks produced by Vincenzo Marino, it was at this event that he tricked extremely well in the final of the European U21. So good, in fact, that he lifted his overall position at that time from being in sixth place overall to second, and at the same time elevating Team Italia from third all the way up to first, and winning the European U21 team classification.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that unless I'm missing something, Tom Parker's trick score is actually going to have him in second at the moment. In fact, I think the two Brits are leading. Rob Hazelwood will be leading ahead of Tom Parkin. It's still the early days yet. We're still, of course, we've got the two top seeds of men's tricks going tomorrow afternoon, I think it is.
All right, then. Looks like we're going to get a committed score. Yes, it's 32-60, 32-60.
Yeah, there's our leaderboard there. As we see, the two Brits on top.
Yeah, there we go. It's moved Stefan Spark from first all the way down to third right now, and just a little bit behind Stefan Spark is Tom Parkin. So right now, currently in the lead in the tricking competition is Rob Hazelwood, I believe, with his point score of over 94.30. And then we saw that performance there.
Yep, it's good to see. This is flowing. This is flowing well, Tony. I watch a lot of webcasts from back home in New Zealand. Sometimes the tricks can be a little bit stop-start with scores waiting to come through, that sort of thing. But we're flowing well at the moment. This has been excellent from our judging panel, and of course the iTricks. And here is
trick in 32.60 on pass number one. The only trick that was not counted was the toe wake line O. But I tell you what, looking at these flips there, flip twister to the back and to the front. Ski line O. Let's see if he can survive this one. Ski line back to back to the front. Ski line back going across the wakes, and decent skiing there for Vincenzo Marino.
This is a good score. This is a big score. Probably his toes were a little bit down on where he wanted to be. He was maybe missed out on a couple of 300 points in the toe run, but
he lost 480.
480 was it? Yeah. But a great hand pass, and another score I think that should be up, if not 9,000 points, should be reasonably close here.
So far, the judges are identifying the tricks that he performed, and then look at that stylish landing there with the Mo backpack, which was his second move out there. 800 points for those Mo backpacks each. And then just motors along towards the end. You know, he had to recover a little bit from that point onwards. Then turns to the back, then just loads up with the ski line back to back, and then positions to the front, the ski line back going across the wake, losing a bit of his line tension towards the end there and resulting in the fall. But decent trick in there. It looks like the point score coming through on pass number two is going to be about 48.70. Now combine that with pass number one, that should give him a total of around 81.30.
Okay. Yeah, so not quite as many points as I thought. I thought he might have been a little bit closer to 9, maybe up in the high 8s. But as you said, in that toe run, he missed out on 480 points. Didn't quite stand up as complete hand pass. Still a good score, though, over 8,000. Next competitor will be the Canadian, of course, Thomas Daigle.
All right, so we've got 5 skiers remaining in this series, and that will be the men's tricks event done and dusted, and then we've got We got 7 skiers in Women's Series 4, and then we've got 10 skiers in Series 3, and then that'll be our day done.
Yeah. I don't quite know what I'm going to do with my afternoon. I wouldn't mind doing some bit of sightseeing, Tony, but it's not
Torino's
necessarily
nice.
the weather for it. But
Torino's nice.
Okay.
A lot of places where you can take shelter from the rain, mostly, so it'll be nice. So looks like we've got a score there, 50. It's actually 81-30 for Vincenzo Marino. Not his best score that he's ever produced, granted, but certainly a tidy score for the Italians as they work their way up in the team classification. Skier on the water right now is
Thomas Daigle.
Thomas Daigle from Canada. There's the flip twist to the back. A little bit of a delay before he went in for the second one, though. Boom, keeping the flow going here. Oh, look at that front flip. And a huge front flip again. Ski line positional to the back. Ski line back to back, and struggles with the landing on that one. And
yeah, he was struggling to find the top of the wake for a lot of those tricks. You see the big slap of the water. He
struggling to find rhythm more than anything else.
But because he was struggling to peak the wake, it made it a little bit harder. He kind of struggled his way through that pass. There's still a few points here, but
I want to see this first trick. Here's the positional out of course, and he goes up and lands. And normally he should have been going by about that point.
Yeah. Then this next flip, I think it is, he kind of spins out and ends up doing a back-to-back, is it? Or back front and then another back. I don't think that would be normal for him, so it's cost him a bit of time. Cases the wake there on the back-to-front flip. Big front flip, so the front flips are pretty good.
He's spending a lot of time in the transition between each trick. You only get 20 seconds, and once that clock starts, it doesn't stop.
Landing, kind of not landing the tricks in the position or in the place on the wake or between the wakes where he'd like to be, and it's making it much harder to move on to transition into the next trick.
However, having said all of that, it's going to timing now. None of the tricks that he performed have been deemed no credit.
No, I'd agree with that. The tricks were slow and clunky, and he lost time between them, but they appeared to be all credit to me.
Not at the moment, no. So 4,800 on pass number 1, a committed total there. So what is he looking for on pass number 2 to put him over 9K? I mean, it's
probably too much. I'd say it'd almost be out of reach, unfortunately, but
just never know. Well, I mean, he's got
5,200. You need 5,000.
You
need 4,200.
Yeah, you need a Jake Abelson type.
That's
toe
a lot
pass.
of toe tricks. Yeah, I mean there are skiers, like you say, there are skiers around the world that can trick over 4,000 on toes, but I'm not sure. I'm happy to be corrected, but I think Thomas looks a little bit like a more of a hand tricker than a toe tricker, but I could be wrong.
So we just saw Robert Hazelwood there for a moment. Maybe we can.
I thought he was going to come in and give us some expert comments on tricks.
He's normally pretty good like that. Maybe not with tricks though.
His favourite event.
All right, so here we go. This is Thomas Daigle.
Okay, Thomas Daigle now from Canada. Rope on 2.
All right, here we go. Thomas Daigle going. If you thought he was methodical and deliberate with pass number 1, check out pass number 2.
Just lost his way a little bit there on the wrapping out of the toe O. He's got a toe line there to finish, does he? Racing the clock.
You can definitely see where his skill set, his true skill set, lies in the form of tricking. But he is happy enough to get through the toe tricks on pass number 2, though, and he's actually pumped.
I'm not sure. I think it's hard to pick. I think he's still a little bit disappointed with his hand pass. It's tough out there. I'm sure Rob will give us a bit of insight. But standing on the dock, waiting for your trick set with the rain coming down, not really knowing when you're going to get out there. is tough on these guys. So he stands up this run, but he kind of probably not the cleanest toe pass he's ever had.
Hello.
Hello. Well, good morning, Rob Hazelwood. How are you doing, sir?
Good morning. I'm doing great. I'm soggy, and I'm tired, but that's overall at the Worlds for you.
All right there. Good tricking. You're currently in the lead.
Oh, I know that toe line back-to-back, Tony. The frustration. You do 38 great seconds, and all it takes is 2 to mess it all up. But... yeah, no, happy. A lot of fun to get the overall sticks back out. So you always want more, You always want more, but
you're like Oliver Twist.
This is the most training I've done in overall for the last 3 Worlds, and this is the worst trick score of the 3. So, don't train, kids. Don't train.
You're a great overall skier, though, Rob. I've got to say, I know you like to specialise in slalom, but I do enjoy watching you jump and trick.
But
mate.
as a promotional
the more you do of it, the better, I think.
No, yeah. you just got to do it when you're young. When you get old, it's all over.
So it looks like we're getting a point score on pass number 2 there for Thomas Daigle. It should be 23-20. Add that together to pass number 1, and it should result in a score of north of 7,120 points.
Yeah, so we've got a score, as Tony said, we've got a score through for Thomas. And we're about to see Patrick Crisp out of Australia, our next competitor. Australian team captain. A lot of Aussies will be watching this, of course. It's a pretty decent sort of a viewing time in Australia right now, prime time on a Thursday night. It would be 10 to 7 in the evening, I suppose. 10 to 7 in the evening on the eastern seaboard of Australia. So shout out to all my Aussie mates enjoying this coverage. Right, Patrick, of course, capable of tricking around that 9,000 point mark. Looks like it's going to be rope on toe to start.
All right, then. Here comes Patrick Crisp.
All right. Patrick coming through. Looking like a smooth toe 5 back there. Haven't seen him trick for a very long time. Ooh, getting a little bit discombobulated there.
Good work,
but lovely toe 5 front.
Toe Waco.
Cutting the toe O's short. Toe side getting a little caught out there, but
toe
beautiful toe line back. Going for the toe line back to back. Ooh, nice. Were we going to see a toe line 5? Oh, toe line O.
Toe line O.
Tell you what.
But I think that foot was in the water there.
It takes some practice to commentate tricks. It's quick, hey? I'm always there giving you stick, Tony, and wow, it's overwhelming. No, that was quite smooth. He has quite an odd pull. He very, very exuberant pull with his leg out, especially on that kind of toe line back-to-back.
Discombobulated and exuberant all in the same spell.
My English teacher would be pleased. I am looking at the TV through bubble wrap, though, so Vince needs to up his game a little bit.
Okay, we got 71.
He's pretty tall. He's built more like a slalom skier than a trick skier, you'd have to say. But he goes all right. Gets his way down this pass.
No, that's and again, it's actually quite a smooth look all the way through that. His pull is his pull's quite big. He creates a lot of space with that pull. He's very very active with that toe leg, so it can look a little bit messy. But when you kind of ignore that, like that pull there, it creates a load of space for that toe line back to back. And the tricks, he sets up the tricks very excessively, so that when it goes to actually do it, he has a lot of space and time, so it looks super easy. That toe line now, I think.
It's either going to be out of time, which would result in not being it scored anyway, but it looks like the judges unanimously say it's either not complete or flat or foot in the water.
Time. It would be close. They are definitely on the nicer side of things this Worlds, I think, after recent events. I think this is very fair judging. Everything seems to be going quite well, and at the end of the day, everyone's tricking well. this is trick weather. It's raining. This is when we all train tricks, So this is the time to shine for it. That's for sure.
All right, then. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's Rob Hazelwood, and he is Glenn Williams. We're here at the 2025 IWWF World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from the region of Piemonte, the commune of Richedo, and we'll continue on with some great trick in there, courtesy of Patrick Chris.
Yeah, so Patrick coming on now. It's good. The scores are coming through pretty quick, and as Rob says, we've got some good judging happening at the moment. He's getting a little bit discombobulated out there flipping, but he's hanging in there. Big front flip.
The handle landed in the boat. That's a replay for you. Yeah, that was actually, again, it kind of similar to the toe run. A lot of movement, but actually getting some very clean tricks there and racking up a load of points, starting with that mobe, moving on to the reverse, and casing the wake, half cab there, casing the wake just a little bit, which is going to trip him up. Moving into the back landing, again, a little bit over-rotated, and in the nicest way possible, messy, but getting it done, right? These are big scoring tricks right here, and racking them up, but yeah, just those wakes are big out there, overloading the front flip, and yeah, taking it to the bottom of the lake. But yeah, trying to hold on. Be interested to see driver cam, see if that thing pings in there. But he's obviously not going to be happy with that. I'm sure there's a couple tricks there at the end that he's going to miss.
Just watch the reaction from Bergie.
Oh! Wow. He's a stone. That man is the most professional trick driver you will ever see. You train with the Rosses, you got some trick driving in you. So I'm sure he's seen.
But he probably doesn't appreciate you hanging on to that rope for that long and before pinging it.
No. Yes.
Here we go again.
Here. Huge front flip.
Pop of the handle.
Just sucking the tip. Wow. That's a ping, that one. Ooh. I think that's just keeping the pinner an easy job. You don't have to pull the rope in.
Exactly.
It's
he didn't move either. The release person is Patrick's dad, Richard, and he did not flinch. When
I want to see the hand out, Iron Man style, just into the hand, catch it. Can't see who is this.
All right, then. Looks like we got a committed score over 6,000 points. 6,000 points, which indeed was exactly the same score produced by Sebastian Urban in one of the trick series yesterday. So 6K for Paddy Crisp.
This is a run I'll be incredibly intrigued for.
This is Zdeněk Coleman Jr.
I'm pretty sure his run is the first run that you see on the senior judges exam. It's one of the Colemans, and it's like Waco into wraps. It's all sorts of cool stuff that we don't usually see. That's maybe a little bit unconventional. So I'll be intrigued to see. Looks like he's wrapping up for that 7. I mean, nowadays we've been seeing a couple of Wake 5s. We already saw a Wake 5 from Tom Parkins, so I'll be intrigued to see how he looks. Don't think personally seen him trick, so...
Toe 7 front there
I get the feeling this is going to be fairly fast and furious. Here we go. Toe 7, moving into the toe 5 back. Both toe it back to back. Rocking through this to back to back to back to back. Toe 5 front, very quick, very clean. Looking good through the toe wako. Is he going to go? Oh, there you go. Toe wako, toe back, toe wake front. This is the spicy stuff. Toe lino, toe line back, and rocking into the toe line back to back. Wow.
Just
toe
like that.
Wake That is something I never thought I'd see.
We've seen it before from Elena Thompson, as a matter of fact, whenever she tricks. Recently, yeah. I mean, every time that she's tricked in the last season or and a half, and extending beyond that, she's able to do the toe wako into wrap.
Yeah, that makes 10-year-old Rob quiver in his boots at the thought of that toe side edge, because that looks painful.
Watch a replay.
This is, obviously, I've seen a lot of Martin Coleman trick, his brother, and this is a very similar kind of style here. Very quick. Really moves so well with that leg. He creates so much space with the snap of that leg. Look at that toe back to back. Look at this toe 5 front. Explosive tricking. And just doing a great job of just going quick. See there, clean toe wako, moving into the toe wake.
Oh, yeah.
You will not see that very often, but it's a very cool sequence. That's a lot of points in a very quick space of time, especially with the toe wake front in there. It's almost 500 points. So toe line back there and moving onto the toe line back to back. Very quick, and that's a fairly simple run that just racks up points.
Yeah, Rob, easily the quickest toe trick we've seen so far at these Worlds.
Yeah.
Toe wake line back to back out of time, as well as the toe
that's
front.
a big trick's toe score, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
42.60.
42.60, yeah.
About the biggest point score that we've seen out of toes so far.
And that's clean. That's how tricking should be done. And he's going to definitely be a little bit miffed that toe it back to back's out of time. But yeah, there's his brother Martin Coleman in the boat. He's unfortunately had to pull out of this event. He would have been one of the favourites for the overall event, but unfortunately had to pull out for some leg problems. So as in the words of Martin Coleman, I had a lot smarter people tell me I shouldn't ski. I'm like, you can't really argue that.
But Martin Coleman, he's the new coach of Louisiana's Warhawks up there in Monroe in Louisiana, and he's also put himself forward for being the new athlete representative on the IWWF.
He's been working hard. He's been recruiting all morning. He's been trying to get me to go to the whatever it is. So he's working. He's doing his job. Okay, here we go. Wake 5 back, wake 5 front, back, wake back 5, wake back to back. Some old school trick in here. Ski line back to back, very clean. Ski line back, big pop. We're going to see another ski line back, moving into the ski line O.
Tip first.
Another ski line O.
Handle
Waco. We are all over the place here. Flip. Are we going to see another one?
No.
That is a lot of points for going upside down once.
Fantastic there.
That is a flashback to
that's cool.
To the days of
The
when
80s.
tricks was maybe a bit cooler.
Now, you notice with the
Fantastic
ski line O tricks towards the end, both of those were executed tip first. Now,
For throwing the front flip there at the end.
yeah, but tell us a little bit about the ski line O's that towards the end when we get to them, executing them tip
I mean,
first.
wake 5s, first of all, that's a lesson in just creating quick, snappy load. He never moves off the middle of his ski, so he doesn't need to create much load. Does a fantastic job. Bouncing off that ski incredibly. But you see here, so we have the ski line back-to-back. That's the standard way of doing it, you could call it. But then, obviously, he does the ski line back in the long pull way, so he's not creating a lot of pop. So he's essentially using it as a skipping rope. So he creates a load of space and then whips it round him, and that's how he creates the toe front to there. It's very much a skipping rope maneuver so that you build momentum with your hand and the rope, and that allows you to technically spin yourself. Whereas on a ski line O that you would normally do kind of tail first, you're creating pop from the handle and really using your own body to get the rotation and the top of the wake. So like on a ski line 5 back, my rotation is practically done through the top of the wake, and I just have to keep the momentum moving, whereas he's constantly creating his own momentum with that skipping rope. And is that 35.90 or 39.90? I can't see.
35.90. 35.90 with that one. 35.90, and if my math is correct,
more points in his toe
78.50.
pass than his hand pass, which is kind of unusual these days. But as we saw, just the one flip.
Yeah, a good flip at that. I think a little more work on that front flip, and he'll be killing it.
Yeah, exactly. Add another 800 points more, and that will put him north of 9,000.
And hats off, I think, to the trick judges there. I'll give them credit because it's not a run that they would see very often, I don't think.
And I was 100% correct. That is the first run they show you on the senior trick judges exam. And it's like, whoa, wake fun. Ah! And I think it all starts, there's some, you can catch a young judge out, that's for sure. It did me. All right, who do we have next? We have Mikolau. I believe he was at the Open Europeans. And Open and under 21 European, and he's been putting out some huge scores. So excited to see where this one ends up. Can we get maybe a little bit of tape on this bubble wrap? It's blowing and reflecting. Can't see that. All right, moving into toe 5 back. Into toe back to back, huge tricks, very well executed there. Toe back to back to back to back. Are we going to see a
toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, toe wake
toe 5 front.
Beautifully executed.
I thought he saved himself there, but
slid on the tail end of that toe wake line 5 back.
Moving into the tail end back. Interesting. Tail line 5. That's
wow.
That's one for the next couple worlds. That's a big run, and you can. The one thing I've always admired about the Ukrainian way of teaching is they teach them these huge tricks young. And obviously they're very talented, but they throw these toe line 5s and throw these toe line back-to-backs in. And instead of kind of going the conventional way necessarily of doing this run, no, you do toe line no, toe line back till you crack it perfect. They get these huge runs early and then just they have the time to perfect them. I mean, that is one of the most textbook toe 5 fronts you've ever seen.
Yeah, it's
just
very quick, smooth.
So well stood over the middle of his ski, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff. Tolano gets a little caught there, but I think that actually was the planned run, so moving into both toe-line back-to-backs. Getting a little bit stuck, I think, on this second one. No, that was pretty perfect. I'm picking problems for no reason here, but I think he's going to be happy with that run. I presume toe-line 5 is going to be out of time.
Certainly looks like it. Indeed it is, and he fell on it anyway, so.
Tell you what, Tony, sitting here for 10 minutes, I give you more admiration than ever. This trick stuff's hard.
You getting tired already, Rob?
I am. Honestly, I'm ready for a nap. Been up since 6, waiting for the rain to stop. Ooh, we have another little slalomer next on the dock.
Yeah.
Yep, with the vest on, that is Lucas Cornell. Is last one for Australia to hit the water. And looks like we're getting some point scores coming through from Mikhailovchenko. They're in the review stage. And right now, the review stage has meant that his toe wake lino his foot is in the water, in the opinion out of 3 out of the 5 judges there.
Yeah, well, it was close, but that's the rub of the green, isn't it? Because 3 out of 5 take it. Could have easily swung the other way, where 3 out of 5 gave it, credited it, and he's got the points. That's why we have 5 judges. Majority rules. But it was close. The foot was definitely in the water. It's just a judgment on whether, where he is in the rotation of the ski.
All right. Then look. Also, there's no hesitation there with the toe back that came afterwards with the toe wake lino. So 100 points goes into the ether with that one. And looks like the point score is going to be 39.70. So let's have a look and see what we've got here on pass number 2. Taking that one. He's sending it. Look at this.
Beautifully clean there. Goes into the half jack, sorry. Beautiful flip. I thought we'd see a reverse landing there. Getting the back landing. Is he going to do a half cab? Yes. Moving into the ski lines. Beautiful ski line. Gets
he paused
caught on the ski line back-to-back, and that delay.
Moment's hesitation has costed in there, Glenn.
That was a huge run.
He clocked up a lot of points there with those beautiful flips, and he just needed the icing on the cake just to finish it off, and he's lost his way there on the ski lines. So it's gonna hurt his score a little bit. His toe score is already down because he's been docked a couple of toe tricks.
Look at those mobes. And I think the thing that excites me about watching this kind of tricking, even though it's not quite there yet, I mean, he's 15 years old, throwing down a huge run. Look at this half jack. Absolutely perfect. Straight as a dime. And just moves in well. I thought we'd see a reverse landing there. That's a 250-point kind of loss. But obviously getting the back landing and the half cab here. But this is the run that's going to set him up for life, essentially. I mean, this is the same start of a run that world records have been thrown down with, really. So he's set up.
There's the delay.
Yeah, just a balk on that ski line back-to-back, and maybe found himself a little bit too close to the wake, and just getting himself a little bit tripped up. But, I mean, at 15 years old, he has thrown down some huge tricks, and it takes a winter to clean all that up, and next year we're going to start seeing easy 10,000 points out of him. I mean, 4,800 points with 3/4 of a hand run there.
Yeah, so he's going to end up just over 8,000, I think, if you add the 2 runs together. Lucas Cornell, our next competitor from Australia.
Okay, we've got a committed score of 87.70 there for Mikhailovchenko from Ukraine. And our last skier to take to the water.
Geez, it wouldn't have taken much for the young Ukrainian to take the lead there, though. In the end, he was only 600-700 points off the lead. And He lost some tricks, so that's close.
I'm sure with the size of that ski line as well, there was maybe a ski line 5 after that. So you get ski line back-to-back ski line 5,000 points, you nearly get 10 grand. So
87.70 is good enough for a top 3 position right now.
It is right now, but there is a lot of skiers to come. One of which will be Lucas Cornell getting ready to rumble. The man who absolutely lit up the slalom world.
Now you've trained a little bit with him over at Jack's. Does he pull out the trick ski every so often?
Yes. Yeah, no, he's still going with it, and the whole time he's like running 41s. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, I gotta go trick. I'm like, dude,
he's a very good tricker.
He is a very good tricker, but
he's Australia's best tricker at this World Championships.
And I think and honestly, I commend the fact that he's still doing it for the team, right? And that's kind of my thing is, we have an opportunity to put something good together in Worlds, and all it is a matter of putting your trick skis on a couple times a week for a bit before it. And I commend him for keeping this going, because even though his slalom is phenomenal, these tricks is also very good. Looking like he's going to wrap up for that toe 5 back.
He's had a bit of luck with the weather here too. That rain has just paused, and the wind's paused as well. So
toe 5 back there, moving into toe wake back to back, toe back to back. Huge pull there, creating a load of space. Are we going to see toe 5 front? Yes. Toe 5 front. Hands getting up a little bit, but looking good. Toe wrapping. Moving into toe wake. Oh, what are we going to see in terms of toe lines?
Dropping it there.
Toe line back, toe side, toe back. Are we going to see toe line back to back? Yes, we are. Huge.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, that was huge. And that should mean that he gets the toe line back to back, and we'll get the fall on the toe wake front.
Yeah, good run.
Yeah.
We'll watch the replay just for a second on that toe wake going out, I think it was. I thought the tip was going to drop there. I don't know whether I was seeing things.
That would have been painful.
That would have been a nasty fall. But this, great run from Lucas.
Toe 5 back, nice and smooth turn from the start through to the finish there. That's the toe back.
Hold on, Tony loves this trick, but that's
he's creating space on that toe back to back. And that's the kind of tricky one where he's creating a lot of momentum away, so he's creating a load of load, but then the amount of space he has to have to overpower that pull is a lot. So it ends up in this huge trick when really all it does is unbalance him quite a lot. But beautiful toe line back there, absolutely textbook. Squeaking in the toe side, going for the pateau font procedure, and toe line back to back.
Really
absolutely massive, and just not quite setting himself a toe wake front. But
and I mean, that toe wake line back to back was the last trick in time. That's 480 points. That's huge.
Yeah, no, that's a very good run from him there, and yeah, looking very strong.
And everything looked to be clean here. They're going to timing straight away from the judging, and they're committing to a score of 36.40. None of the tricks that he produced there all the way through to the end of time were deducted. All of them were credit worthy.
I mean, very, very good tricking, right? Very smooth, very clean, and yeah, looking fantastic.
Alrighty.
All right, you can see Lucas, and I believe that's Lucas's dad as well.
Peter Cornell.
Getting everything ready. And
he's no slouch on the water himself.
No, he still makes Moomba cuts left, right, and center. I think he's, I may be incorrect there, but I believe the year I missed out, he made the final cut, I think, didn't he? Am I wrong there? I'm with Mr. Moomba himself.
Whoa.
I believe, didn't Lucas and his dad make the Moomba final? Was that a couple years ago, 2 years ago?
Maybe not the final, but
at least the semi.
The semi-final.
We're getting off track here. Yeah. I'm distracting everyone.
Yeah, sorry. I was just thinking to myself that Lucas is a much stronger hand tricker than a toe tricker, but he's to take the lead, he's probably still going to need maybe 6,000 points on this hand run, which will be a big ask, but it's he'll go close, I think.
All right, and we are on our last male skier of the day. The next skiing that we'll see will be from our female competitors in Series 4 tricks and then Series 3 tricks, and then we'll be done for the day.
Got half a day, Tony.
I need one of those.
What are you going to do? Do you just sit in your room and talk just to do you have a preload?
Big moment coming down for Australia. Probably being slightly disappointing, the Australian trickers so far. So all the Aussies at home will be watching and hoping for a big score here from Lucas.
Huge first mob. That's so clean. Are we going to see the reverse? Yes, we are. So mob, regular flip, moving into back landing. Yes, big points there. Reverse back landing, moving into the half cab. Fantastic.
This is huge.
There. Moving to Skiland. No, very, very nice. Skiland back to back. Yes. And we are going to see a very big fist throw.
Great run.
Yeah, there you go.
That was absolutely phenomenal. That's going to be a huge run there from Lucas.
North of 9?
I think so. It should be, right? I mean, looking at PBs here, we have PB 9,070 at the last event he did in 2015, so that's Stony Park. So, looking like that should be a PB, right? 9,070, that's a lot of points.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of scrutiny on that ski line back towards the end because that might be out of time. Had that have been in time, that would definitely be north of 9,000.
It's the speed that he was going. He was no slouch here on these flips. He kept moving very well.
But then there's that recovery time to take into account.
Yeah, but for 3 ski lines, he's right on that border of he's right on the border, but there was no major recovery. There was no major mess-ups from what I can see. But beautiful reverse line in this part of his run was super smooth.
They're in the review period right now. It is north of 9.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah. Moving into that half cap. And like I say, yes, there's a couple of stumbles here and there, but realistically, very clean run. Great ski line now. Beautiful ski line back-to-back, and fingers crossed. I mean, he moves so quickly into that ski line back.
Is that rope in the water, though?
Well,
we'll have to see.
It is. But I think
he'll
probably lose that last trick, whether it's for time or for credit. But it's still going to be a big score. I still think we'll be over 9,000 here, Tony.
Yeah, looking.
You guys are harsh over there. Come on, he tried really hard on that one. That was a good one.
Oh, it was good.
There you see Dad throwing the fist.
So fantastic skiing there from Lucas Cornell, which brings to a conclusion the male tricking competition for today in men's series of 3 tricks. And looking at the score coming through, one of our judges said that he had rope in the water on the ski line back. The other one saying that he slid that trick and wasn't complete.
Yeah,
but that's only 2 out of the 5. So the majority
I was harsh. Rob's right. I apologise.
Smashed it. Is that a new rule that they write down the reason on why they docked it, or is that?
Yeah, exactly. That's
new for this event.
It's new for iTrick.
Looks very good. I like it.
First time that it's ever been done for the Worlds.
So did we get to 9 or maybe not
54.70? What was his total run?
36.40, which should give him a grand total of 91.10.
Nice, and I believe that's a PB there for him. Awesome.
Yeah, and that puts him right in second place behind who's that guy that
I can't remember.
I don't know.
Don't worry. There's many more a skier that will knock me off that podium.
But there you go. You're on top of the world right now.
I'll screenshot that. That's what happens when you don't trick for 2 years and don't put any scores in. Ski in the rain.
There you go. Rob Hazelwood ahead of Lucas Cornell. Both of them over 9,000 points. The only 2 competitors north of 9K. Tom Park in there. Look at him go there with 88.20 there.
He's putting a lot of work in.
There we go. And Misha there with his point score of north of 8,000. And Stepan Shpak there. 2 Ukrainians, 4th and 5th. Those are your top 5. You can find out the entire list of scores that have been produced so far in the men's competition by going to IWWF.sport. IWWF.sport. Click on the link that takes you to the main page for the World Championships, and that should guide you to the live scoring. Right, we've got about less than 10 minutes to go before we go into the women's trick competition in Series 4. This is the IWWF World Water Ski Championships for 2025, and coming to you live from Riceto in northern Italy. And when we return, we will have some women's tricking for you coming up next.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Masterline. Made in the USA.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets on. Inside and flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead. And Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here to put up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
World record ropes masterline.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. Go. On your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
Eagle. Made in the USA.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in a future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets off. Inside, next around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here to put you up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
All right. Hey, guys, we are back. Sorry for the little break. We had a little bit of technical difficulties with the boat, but we are getting ready to get underway with our women's trick. This is the first set of women's trickers that we'll see this weekend, so I'm looking forward to getting these ladies out on the water and get rolling. I know Tony was over there getting him a cappuccino. Got to keep him caffeinated since he's out here. He talks all the time. So,
Did I miss anything?
No, you haven't missed anything. All you missed was a little bit of a technical break, Tony. I think we were having a little problem with the boat, but it looks like we've got it sorted out. So I think they were having a problem with the bilge pump, which is something you definitely need on a day like today when it is raining. And it looks like they got it sorted out, so they ran the boat up and down the lake, and we are going to get underway with our skiers. And I'll let you take away here with the start list there, Tony.
Okay, so this is a women's series 4 tricks. We got Komura Hiroko. We've got Yin Kim from South Korea, Yeming Lee also from South Korea, Francesco Pogozzi, Dominican Republic, Marie Vepranyetsova from Greece, Haru Kamaya from Japan, and our last skier in this series was Violetta Mosiowski. So, 7 skiers and getting ready to go. Looks like our boat driver has been installed. And looks like it is going to be Manuel Domini once again.
Yeah, and getting underway. You see that first trick sheet, and we're going to get underway with our first Japanese women's tricker of this event. Weather conditions are not ideal for today, Tony. I know it's been kind of off and on raining all day long, and that was kind of the forecast for today. So this was definitely kind of the worst day that we were going to have of this event. So hopefully we can get through this couple women's series, and then we're hoping and praying for some better weather for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
And out of the men's competition, Rob Hazelwood currently stands on top of the world right now in men's tricks after the first round.
Yeah, I mean, he was telling me he's a slalom specialist, but after you watched him in the jump event yesterday,
yeah, he banged off a huge one jumping yesterday.
I mean, he looked really good with his 2 hand and 3/4, just absolutely crushed it, and then comes out and stomps down a huge trick run and puts himself atop of the lead, and good on him. And
the implications for overall cannot be understated then.
No, not at all. And I know Team Great Britain will be happy, but definitely Team Japan is going to be happy right here because we are getting our first women's tricker on the water.
All right, up on top of the water and wearing bib number 1, 2, 4. Hiroko Kamari from Japan. Looks like she's going to start off with some toe tricks. Now the Japanese and the South Koreans have been missing from the World Championships the last couple of cycles, thanks in no small part to the worldwide pandemic. But we're good to see them back and competing against the world's very best competitors. Oh, and goes down there on that initial step move, which would have been the wake line back. But looks like we are judging the tricks that have been produced. Our 5 judges: Felipe Liao, PJ Lange, Bruce Coburn, Sasha, also from our judging panel, and Jeff Smith as well. So it looks like she produced She produced 5 tricks. 4 of them are credit, and the 5th one she fell on, which was the weight climb back. So it's going to be fairly easy to calculate the points. I'd say about 900.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably better at calculating those points than I am. I know math was not my strong suit there, Tony. I'm a slalom specialist at heart, so I only had to count to 6. But it's looking like here we're going to get
740.
740 there for her toe run. So we'll run her down the end of the lake, make a switch out, and get her underway for her hand run here in just a moment.
All right, not bad there. 740 points on pass number 1. I'm sure that she had a whole bunch of other tricks to perform, but it is what it is. And we're in the review stage right now with our judging. Just in case you're not familiar with the iTrick system, its workflow, the judges will have the opportunity to first identify the tricks that were performed, irrespective of whether they were clean or not. And then they go into the review stage. That way they can look at each trick individually and say whether a trick is credit or no. And then once they have done that, then they'll assess the points based upon 20 seconds of time to determine what the last trick was. And then from there, they push out score. We commit to that score, and there it is. All right, there. Here we go. Coming in, Hiroko Komori from Japan, getting ready with toe tricks on pass number 2. Looking good there with the toe tricks from 1. Oh, look at that toe 5 front there. Toho out. Does she go for the Toho wrap in? Grabs onto the line. Oh, and just pulls up on the rope and falls backwards. But I tell you what, some good tricking out there. Look at that.
Yeah, and Tony, that was two toe runs there. Basically, she started off with toes there to start, and then comes back in with some more toe tricks. So looking like she's really strong in the toes, as we see the toe 5 back here to start the run. Then she's going to go to her toe front here with a nice toe back, and then toe reverse back here, toe reverse front, and looking good here through these toe back-to-backs. And then we're going to see the toe 5 front here. She gets it, and then almost goes down, but comes back around, gets the toe O, and then you see her do the toe O wrap in here, and just not quite able to stand it up. You see she goes to reach for that rope, but then starts falling back. She kind of started to grab it a little too far forward, straighten that ski leg out, and you see her, she fell backwards there on that final trick.
And performing the tricks very, very cleanly as well. The only tricks that she got no credit for were the ones that she fell on, and she scored 740 points on pass number 1. 1,700 points on pass number 2. So the grand total is going to be 2440. 2440. All right, then. So we've got Hiroko Komori with 2,400 points. In the meantime, our next competitor on the water, already making her way into the course, is Jin Kim from Korea. We got the point score now for Hiroko Komori with 2,400, 2,440.
All right, and it's really nice to see our Korean skiers here, Tony. You know, I haven't seen them at the Worlds. It's been a little while, and it's great to see him here as we're seeing her get through that step trick and then over.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, a nice stand-up run there.
Yeah, not bad at all, and she's delighted with that, given the circumstances.
Yeah, and we'd like to see smiles here just with it being as, kind of the weather with how it is. It's really nice to have her, stand that run up and get all the way through it, and then we'll get her down here and we'll switch out everything and get her ready for her toe run coming up on the way back as we wait to see the scoring coming up. But we'll see the replay here. So here we go. We've got our wake back-to-backs in the reverse. Now she hits the back-to-backs behind the boat.
Now one of the tricks that was that one right there, the wake 5 front there, was determined to be flat by 2 of our officials and incomplete by 2 more, which means that trick won't be scored. Or indeed the reverse 5 front that came afterwards, but the rest of it looked pretty good. There were a couple of tricks that were out of time, but she loses about 620 points as the result of those 540-degree spins, wake 5 front.
Yeah, and I mean, you just saw it, Tony, when she hit that wake 5 front. She just didn't get the ski all the way around. It kind of touched when it was still in the back position and, slid that last 180 degrees around. So not getting credit there, and going to lose a couple points, but still got a stand-up run. And if she's anything like our last skier, she's probably going to be pretty strong in the toes. So we'll see her try to get a nice, good stand-up run here in toes and get as many points as she can on the board.
All right, then. Looks like we're in the midst of completing the review phase of our judging on pass number 1. Should be 1,120 points there and thereabouts there for Yin Kim from Korea. 25:40, 25.4 kilometers now. B1, no ballast. Are our particulars here. Toe 5 back, a little bit partition spin there, which might result in the points being a little bit different, maybe with a toe O and a toe back. Couple of toe sides, toe wake back, toe wake front.
And she's happy there, Tony. See her, she gives a little bit of a little dancing jig there on the ski and was happy with the stand-up toe run. So, that looked pretty good. We'll have to wait and see, how the judges score it. But, it's great to see our skiers out here happy at the Worlds. And, just missing out a couple tricks on pass 1 and then getting that stand-up run there on pass 2. So that's we're off to a pretty good start here to start this women's trick event. And that's what we like to see as we start seeing the tricks start to roll in here.
Right, you are, as Yin Kim from Korea, the first of our female Korean skiers in this competition. The second one is just about to hit the water. It's Yiming Lee, but a lot to like about this second and final 22nd pass there, Zane.
Yeah, no, did a really good job on the toe 5 back, and then you see her go through her toe fronts and toe backs, and then hits the reverse. Now we're seeing the toe back-to-backs, and then the reverse into this toe wake back-to-back.
Little bit of scrutiny here on the toe wake front there, a little bit flat, and the judges would probably penalize her for that.
Well, it looks like she had already hit that toe wake front earlier in the run, so kind of repeated that trick at the end. But that was at the end of her run, and then, like I said, you see her, she's happy there. That's what we like to see, and it's always fun when you see the skiers, show their emotion after doing great out here.
All right, then. So it looks like the points are coming through. We're seeing the score for a handle run, which is 1,120 points. So far as the toe pass is concerned, it is going to be a little bit more than that in the form of a 2,040 points. And if that is indeed the case, the total for her in this competition is 3,160, 3,160 points for Yin Kim of Korea. Jiming Lee is our skier coming up next, also representing South Korea. Now, I don't know where the majority of our skiers train in South Korea, but they've definitely come in with a bit of firepower with the tricks so far, Zane.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of them ski around that Seoul area. I've heard there's a lot of skiers in that area, and they're looking strong here at the Open Worlds. That's always been a spot that I've wanted to go to, Tony, and do some skiing just because I've heard they're really passionate about it, and you can see Jiming Lee out here just absolutely stomping it through these surface spins into a wake back there, wake front, and gets the side slides at the end. Let's see. She's goes for the wake and just not quite able to stand it up there. But that was towards the end of that run, so we'll have to see. That was towards the end of the 20 seconds, so not missing out on too much there. And, that was a good, really quick-looking pass there for the Korean skier.
All right, with some surface spins to throw into the middle, including the surface 5 back, which is 310 points. Not bad there, not a bad little sequence going forward there for our competitor Jiming Lee from Korea. And that's a part of the world that I want to travel and see myself. I mean, especially the area around Panmunjom, which is where that border is with that line that separates it from North Korea. It would just be, it would just be one of those life's experiences, being able to see that border and
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Tony. That would be super cool to make it there. Like I said, I'm hoping it's on my bucket list to make it to Korea, and hopefully, my travels and maybe water skiing will help get me there. But I know one day I'll definitely make it there. And as we see, 1,240 points there for the hand run there for Jiming Lee out of Korea on her hand run. So now we see her, we drop her. And
except for a repeat on the front there, everything that she did was scored, except maybe for the Waco, which she fell on anyway, but it would have been out of time.
Yeah, and I said 1240, but she got credit for that reverse slide at the end, so that was going to up her score to 1280 on the hand run. So pretty much a good opening starting pass here. Now let's see again. We see these Korean skiers are here and pretty strong in the toe event. So let's see if she can put together. I think she'll probably have a bigger toe run here than her hand run, and see if she can put it all together, get through, get everything in the 20 seconds, and beat that top score, which I believe is 31:60 set by your previous skier.
The previous skier being Yim Kim from Korea, setting the boat speed at about 25K. Bravo 1. Oh, very nicely done there with the toe 5 back, but hesitated a little bit before going into the remaining tricks. That ski not looking particularly stable, and as a result, falling on that toe wake back. That is Jiming Lee from Korea, and we'll wait for the point score to come through very, very soon.
Yeah, and you can see it there, Tony. The rain's coming down. It's definitely not the same weather we had yesterday, but here we go running through this toe 5 back. I thought she did a really good job on that one. You pointed out she had to stable herself just a little bit before going into this toe back and toe front. Then she goes for her toe slide. That might have been a reverse, but I'm not sure if she got it all the way in. Didn't look like she got all the way back there.
Exactly. That's why they pulled that trick, as well as the toe back to back that came afterwards.
But there, when you saw her do that toe wake back there, Tony, she was letting that rope leg get away from her. Her leg was getting straight and it was getting further away, and that's why you started to see her get a little wobbly on that trick ski and just unable to ride that one out. So that one's going to be. I know the judges are reviewing it, but if she gets credit for everything, it would be 850 points.
And added to 1280 would give the grand total of 1930. So I don't see much improvement upon that score of a 650 on pass number 2. The judges are in the midst of performing their final review on that. They are in the timing phase right now, and because she didn't expend all of her 20 seconds, that should not be an issue. So 850 combined with 1280, giving a grand total of 2130, and that currently puts her in 3rd place after 3 skiers. Next competitor up, Francesca Pagozzi from the Dominican Republic.
This is a strong water ski family. You know, that's what we've got several of them here at this Open Worlds, and that's what we love to see. It's a big family sport, and great to see them out here.
All right, then wake back to back, and it's reverse. Continuing to rock here, wake backs, and almost dumping the handle down on the reverse wake back. Tried the surface 5, but I don't think the ski went round enough for it to be credit there. What is your perspective on that?
Yeah, I don't think so either, Tony. We'll have to wait and see what the judges give her. You saw her get a little shaky there through the end of the run, and she doesn't look super thrilled with that hand run. So we'll take a look here on the replay. Working through these surface spins.
But it's not looking too bad there right now.
Now here's the reverse back-to-back. Okay, now we're doing a wake back. And then I believe it was the reverse wake back here is where she got a little bit dicey. You see she kind of lands on that front of that ski, almost sticks it all the way in the water, but makes a good recovery, and then kind of balks out of probably a trick there, and then goes into this surface O.
Skiing with a rather big handle, I would say. That's something I just noticed.
Yeah, no, that is a good observation there, Tony. That looks like a 13 or 14 inch. Just in length there on the...
Almost looks like a T-ball bat.
Exactly, but hey, it makes it... Maybe she has problems with finding the handle and grabs a little bit too wide, and, skiers can do that. There's no limitations on how long that handle can be, so she's electing to use that. It looks more kind of like a wakeboard handle, if you ask me.
Maybe that masks a little bit of deficiency so far as her ability to pull and actually get the ski round, being the handles that's so big.
Yeah. But here we go. We've got her in here for the toe run.
So here we go. Toe pass. They switched out that humongous handle to something that's a little bit more slender than that.
All right. Looking good here through the toe slides as we hit the toe wake back into a toe wake front. Let's see what she's got here. That's a reverse back. Going for the back-to-backs. Oh, and getting a little wobbly there, Tony, but stays over her feet. So, kind of a little dicey on both passes, but still made a good recovery. Was able to stand them up, and we'll have to wait and see how the scoring works here. But that was
exactly.
Pretty good. I'm impressed that she was able to stay on that ski. I know if it had been you or me, Tony, we would have been in the drink pretty fast.
Now she scored 900 points on pass number 1. Looks like a lot of the reason why those tricks weren't scored is she didn't make it all the way around to the back, and that also cascaded into the next trick afterwards. I'm referring to the wake back to back on the first pass, but let's concentrate a little bit on the toe tricks. We're getting judging on that any moment now. But it looks like, yep, there we go. Going into toe tricks, toe back and toe front and toe sides at the beginning. But just going through the motions here a little bit here with the reverse toe back.
Yeah, and it's struggling a little bit. You see, letting that rope leg get away from her and keeping it kind of low, and that's what's making that trick, not so easy. We'd like to see that skier get that rope leg up a little higher so when they spin, they get it above their knee. And help them just be able to hold that reverse toe back. But good job to stay over the ski, gets down the lake, and I think she probably is not super pleased with that, but still that's she stood up and kind of lost some credit on a couple things, but still good skiing. And then I think we've just been informed, Tony, that Maria V from Greece is not going to ski. I know she's been kind of battling a knee injury. We saw her in the slalom event, but I spoke to her yesterday, and I know that knee's just kind of been really bothering her, and so electing to not to trick here. So we're going to have our next skier, which I believe is from Japan, and I believe that's Hutch.
Yes, indeed. Haru Kamaya from Japan,
and she is a very seasoned skier out there having fun on the dock. Look at her. She's out here loving the rain, and all smiles here from Team Japan, which is what we like. And, there's some skiers out here that probably hate standing out in the rain, but Hutch looks like she's enjoying herself down there on the dock and having a good time waiting to get her time in. And I'm looking forward to getting her out on the water. We saw her in the jump event yesterday, had a pretty good jump set, so now hoping that she can add to that with this trick run here.
All right, then, 760 points shortly should be confirmed there for Francesca Pagozzi on pass number 2. Yes, it is a committed score now, so it's a 1660, 1,660 for Francesca Pagozzi. Next skier would have been Marie Vepranyetsova from Greece, as you rightly said there, Zane, but we go right on to our next competitor. She's in the water right now. It is Haru Hutch Kamaya. All right there, so here we go. This is Haru Hutch Kayama. Setting up her boat speed, it shouldn't be all that quick. I mean, it's probably going to be about 24 kph or something along those lines. And here she comes. Yeah, maybe actually about 27 kph, a little quicker for hand tricks. And here we go. Working away, just loading up on that ski. And there's the wake back-to-backs. Now she goes in for the step sequence. Step back and step front, wake line back, steadies herself, wake line front, foot in the back, couple of sides. Yeah. Not bad there, Zane.
There we go, and another stand-up run. And, these skiers from Japan are looking pretty good. I know they've been training hard and, looking good out here on this trick event, especially doing well in the rain. And like I said, we pointed out that Hutch was enjoying herself on the dock in the rain. So we might see this rain come to play in with some of our skiers later on, but not letting it affect her here. As we take a look here at the replay, works through the wake back, wake front, and it hits the backs, the reverse backs, reverse fronts. Then she's going to go into her back-to-backs here with the reverse.
Yeah, not looking too bad here. Now let's have a look at this wake back-to-back. That looked fairly clean, but here's the reverse. And a little flat there with that reverse wake back-to-back, and that's why the judges have...
Yeah, and you saw her, Tony. She started to just make that spin a little bit too early on the wake, and that's probably another thing that kind of caught into it. That's why she ended up flat. And
well, actually, the reason that they gave was not all the way back, apparently, and incomplete for the third judge that took it away.
Yeah, I mean, and that's my, that was what it, she started to turn early, so when she hit the top of the wake, she didn't get as high as she needed to, so then when she made that spin, didn't get the ski all the way around, and then they're going to, it looks like they're going to take that one away from her, and then, we're waiting to see on the timing part of it, but we're bringing her back in here.
960 on pass one.
For the toe run.
So looking to add her score on this pass to the one previous, 960 points. And here we go. This is going to be an attempt at the toe 5 back. No, it actually turns out to be a toe O, then a reverse toe back and reverse toe front, and then the regulars from there. Toe wake back, toe wake front, wearing bib 1, 2, 3. There you go,
And off
right
at the toe
there.
slide, right? That was nice. 2 stand-up runs. She's happy, and I know Team Japan will be happy with that. You know, got 2 stand-up runs. Like I said, missed out on a couple of tricks there at the hand run, but we'll take a look here as the judging are coming in for her toe run, but looks pretty strong. Doing a good job out here.
All right, they're judging the tricks right now. It looks like there might be some timing issues in regards to the toe side and the reverse toe side, but everything else looks pretty sweet. Looks like they're in their review phase, and if this score holds up, it should be a 13.60 on pass number 2, which should give a grand total of 23.20 if everything holds up with the scoring here.
As we see the replay here, she's working through, goes for the toe wake back, and then here's that toe wake front, into that toe slide at the end. Looks like she probably got it into time. We'll have to wait and see, but you know, that toe run looks strong. Like I said, these Asian skiers are really strong with their toes. They seem to stand over that ski really nice, and you know, doing a really good job.
All right there. So let's continue on with our last skier to go in the Series 4 tricking elimination round. It's a Violetta Mosiolski from Argentina. Now expect to see some fireworks here at this late stage in Series 4 women's tricks.
Yeah, and Violetta slalom pretty good yesterday, Tony. You know, got 2 at 11 meters, so you know, good skiing. She's a good, strong 2-event skier, and you know, like I said, we saw her in the slalom event. So now let's see if she can put her mark here on the trick event, as we see her wrapping up for what looks like a wake line O.
Yes, indeed, and Violetta Mosiolski, incidentally, Hutch Kayama's total score is 23.20. Just want to put that score out there, and she's taken a little bit of a time getting that rear foot in as she works her way for the remainder of the tricks there. Wake back to back. There's the Waco into wrap, Waco out. And a skier that not only competes for Argentina, but also competes for Louisiana's Raging Cajuns in the U.S. collegiate circuit. And there we go. She's wiping off that rain from her face, you know, having trouble seeing out there, but challenging circumstances, and she's looking fairly good right now.
Yeah, I mean, and Tony, the rain is coming down here today. You know, here we see the replay. This is the wake line O here into the wake line back. And then she does line back, line front here. So looking good through her step sequences to start off the run. Then we get a wake line front here. Now you pointed out she just struggled to get that foot in, couldn't quite find where she wanted to go, so losing a little bit of time there. Then she goes into her back, front, reverse back, reverse front, and then into the back-to-backs, wake back-to-back. She's going to hit the reverse here. And then I thought she did a really good job on this Waco where she wraps into it. Nice, good-looking tricking, and there we go.
Not bad at all as we tot up the points. There are obviously some concerns with some of the tricks, including that first wake line O, whether that trick was subject to a pre-turn. 3 out of the 5 have knocked out that 260-point wake line O right from the very beginning. Every other trick that she performed, with the exception of the reverse wake O and the wake 5 back, they're out of time, so will not get scored on those. And obviously any trick afterwards out of time as well. So it looks like that now we've applied the timing. It is 1,290 points, 1,290 points on pass number 1. And here we go with pass number 2. Oh, and going down there on a toe 5 front there for Violetta Mosiolski, and will not get much of an opportunity to get far enough down that run. But there we go. That is Violeta Mosiolski from Argentina. We'll get the final point score from her in just a moment. Performed 3 tricks on the surface of the water and unfortunately fell on the 4th one, which was the toe 5 front. So quick calculation would suggest 750 points on pass number 2. That's 350 points for the toe 5 back. A toe back-to-back's 200 points apiece, giving us a grand total on a pass number 2 of 750 points, and a grand total of 2,060. So with that, we should have enough scores in this competition so far. 2,040 points there for Violeta Mosiolski from Argentina. So after our first series, I was about to go into collegiate ranks and say rotation, but here we go. Yin Kim from South Korea currently leads with 31.50, I believe. And then in second place is the next 2 places are skiers from Japan, and you can find out more about those results so far by going to IWWF.sport, and navigate to the special page that contains all the information you need here for the 2025 IWWF Open World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Riccetto in Italy. Looks like we're going to take a little bit of a breather here before we proceed on. And when we do, it should be for our very, very last series of tricks for the day. It'll be Women's Series 3. And we will return shortly with that right after this.
Eagle, made in the USA.
All right there. Welcome back to live and continuing action here at the 2025 Open World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Riceto in northern Italy. I'm rejoined here by Glenn Williams, and we're getting ready now for our final series of the day, Women's Trick Series 3.
Yeah, and the rain continues to fall as we have a quick look at our current leaderboard there at the moment.
Yep, Yin Kim from South Korea heading up our trickers with 31.60. And you see the remaining competitors on that list.
Yeah, here we go. This is seed 3 of women's tricks, and the caliber just lifts a little bit. We've got Brittany Wharton.
Yeah, she'll be leading off in this event.
Yep, from the United States, of course.
And
Susanna Orakova.
Yep, from Slovakia.
Yeah, Maze Jacobson from Denmark. Amber Butterfield from the UK. Julie
Fay.
Julie Fay from Switzerland.
Kiersey Wolfersberg.
Yep, a couple of Aussies, Lane Moroney, Sadie Ferguson.
And then we'll end off with Alicia Bagnoli, and then finally Sancha Outram. So a few skiers that we know here from their past exploits.
Yeah,
no, though not especially attributable to the Tricks event, mind you.
But scores, we're probably looking. We're going to start to see some 5,000, maybe even up to 6,000 point trick scores out of these girls. I think we see our driver there, Glenn Martin from Australia.
There you go. So Glenn Martin coming in with Brittany Wharton. Let's see what she does here. Coming to us originally out of Little Rock in Arkansas. Waco to start off with. Some surface moves, then winds up for the wake back-to-back, and there's the reverse, and then goes in for the wake front and wake back. Continuing to rock here, there's the wake back and the positional to the front. There goes in for the back flip there, a little bit hard landing there on the tail of the ski. But managing to get that trick along with the 2 side slides under her belt.
Yeah, not a bad stand-up pass there. All pretty clean tricks.
Yep, and their cleanliness is being reviewed, or it'll be reviewed at any moment now. They're judging the tricks, which means they're identifying the tricks that they produced, and then once that portion is being concluded. Then it goes to the review phase, which means that everything that was identified comes under the scrutiny of our officials. They're reviewing the tricks right now, and at the same time, we've got an initial indication of where the timing is, so far as the last few tricks, and then we're going to go into a final timing phase to make sure that we identify the tricks that are within time, of which I don't think those side slides are going to be somehow, unfortunately.
If she only loses the side slides, then that's not a huge issue, just 40 points each, but good stand-up run.
But there you go. We've got our next skier about to take to the water in just a few minutes, Zuzana Orakova from Slovakia. Looks like we are committed to a point score of a 1610, 1,610. And just waiting for that grand total to be made public upon her maybe successfully completing pass number 2. About 27.5 kilometers an hour. Bravo 2, no ballast to speak of. Behind that Nautique towboat. Tow 5 back, tow back to backs. Winding it on. Tow wake back to back. Tow wake front, tow back and tow front. Reverse tow back, reverse tow front. A couple of tow sides. Let's see if she can go with the tow wrapping. Yes, she can. And a little bit of a partition spin with the tow out, but looking good there. That is Brittany Wharton. She's happy about that there.
Yeah,
Glenn.
she's happy. A couple of stand-up passes. be in that, be close to the lead actually, be in somewhere in the 3,000 to 3,500 point range, I would guess, as a total.
You might be onto something there, Glenn, because it looks like the point score coming through is definitely just a shade under 2,000 points. Currently at the moment they're in the review phase. They're actually in the judging phase, I would say, and they've identified enough tricks for it to be over 2K on that pass alone.
Yeah, it's all pretty clean stuff. Geez, that rain has just started to pick up. I don't know if you can pick it up on your screens back home, but the rain is picking up again. It's been, it's been raining all day, but most of the time it's been kind of light, but it's pretty heavy at the moment. As we continue on through this Women's Series 3 of Trick Elimination. It's a very clean pass here from Brittany. Not tricking super fast out there, but well within her capabilities.
Looks like that toe side, though, the initial one had no hesitation attached to it, and the two other judges didn't believe that toe side was turned adequately enough to be 90 degrees.
Yeah. I'm not going to disagree, Tony.
All right there, so losing 130 points potential from that run there. So it looks like 1960, 1,960 on pass number 2, which should give her a grand total of 3,570. And if that is the case, then she now has the lead. And looks like our boat is being parked up here. And looks like we're going to take a little bit of an extension to our rain delay. So
yeah, I think we have to. It's really heavy right now. It's coming down.
It's huge right now.
This is Florida type rain. This is now.
All right there. So 35.70 confirmed there as our new leader there for Brittany Wharton. And as the side gets pelted by rain, you're watching live and continuing coverage of this, the IWWF World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Rocchetto in northern Italy, and we'll be back, hopefully, right after this.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time! Everybody kicking and overdrive! Go! On your mark! Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a
World Record Ropes Masterline.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
everybody. I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets inside and flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Masterline, made in the USA.
All right, then. Welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the 2025 IWWF World Water Ski Championships. And we are coming to you from Richeto in the northern part of Italy. We've just seen Brittany Wharton out there tricking and producing a point score of a 35.70. Now, how does that shape up in regards to the leaderboard? Well, I'll be more than happy to answer that question as Brittany Wharton is currently in the lead with that, with 35.70. And Ying Kim from Korea on 31.60 is currently in second place. Hiroko Komori with 24.40. And Hacha Kamaya with 23.20. Yiming Lee of Korea with 21.30. Violetta Mosiowski from Argentina with 2040. Francesca Pagozzi, and currently with a score of 1,660 points, representing the full extent of our competitors in this tricks event. So we're moving on to our next competitor, and that next competitor is going to be Zuzana Orevkova from Slovakia there, Glenn.
Yeah, and the rain continues to fall here at Riccido in Italy, although it has just backed off a little bit. When we paused after Brittany Wharton, it was very significant.
Yeah, raining cats and dogs.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. But I would say it's still raining pretty hard, to be fair. But at some point, we've just got to keep on keeping on here at these World Championships. We probably have about an hour's tricking to go. But we've sort of stretched out a day that could have finished at 11:30 in the morning to where we're looking like a sort of a 2:30 p.m. finish, but it gets to the point where we have to wait at times, especially if we've got thunder and lightning in the vicinity, although we haven't had any of that just lately, Tony. It's just the thunder and lightning seems to clear. We've just got heavy rain.
Don't jinx it.
And yeah, it's, as I say, that it eased off, but it's actually picking up again. And there's something like, I think, 3 inches of rain forecast today, which is 75 millimetres of rain.
And here's a little bit of concern here going forward as we see this much rain being dumped into the lakes, is how do you control the height of these lakes? Normally in these situations, in these pristine man-made lake facility, we would probably have like a valve or two which will dump the water from here into the Sesenia River, which is just across the brow over there next to the third lake.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the good people here, this is the Italian National Training Facility, I'm sure that they have...
Okay, the skiers have elected to continue on in this rain. Good on them there, Glenn.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, it's heavy rain, and I was just saying, I'm sure that this is the Italian National Training Facility. I'm sure that they have everything set up nicely, that they can get rid of water if they have to, so that the conditions remain good for slalom and jump later on in the week. But yeah, I think, actually, I was having a bit of a yarn with some of the skiers earlier this morning, and I think most of them would say, rather than being standing on the side of the lake, getting cold and wet and being nervous about how long the delay is, a lot of the time they just want to go. They just want to get out there. So, interesting.
Zuzana Orevkova from Slovakia are coming in on the pass number 1. This looks like it's going to be a wake line O, judging by the way that she's wrapping right now.
Yeah, it might be the first one we've seen at these Worlds. I'm not sure. There hasn't been a lot of them.
Nicely done.
The old wake line sequence.
Wake back-to-backs now. Wake back and wake 5 front. Oh, a little bit short.
No.
Oh, and getting forced into a situation that she didn't want to be in.
I was so close to saying what a beautiful wake 5 front. I thought it looked just perfect, and then she just didn't quite get all the way into the rope and lost control of it. What's the replay here?
The wake line O looked pretty pristine, and
yeah, that was good. And these, these general line tricks are good. I know there was some issue maybe over this next trick, the wake line front, whether she got, I don't know. Judges call 50-51 there. Whether she got hide under the air under the ski, went right all the way through the wake. But generally, this is all pretty good stuff here. It was just this trick here, the wake five front, plenty of height, plenty of rotation. I thought it was going to be a good one. And then,
handle coming up a little high.
Yeah, losing control. So that will be disappointing for her. That's not going to be the big score she was looking for.
And it looks like the wake line front is also going to be docked from her total as well for not being over the weight.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I can see why the judges would do that.
All right, there's Susanna Orikova, 1450, 1,450, a committed score on pass number one. And just trying to dodge the raindrops, but I don't think that's going to be a terribly successful endeavor going forwards.
Yeah, it's one. We said it earlier with the flips. It's earlier on with some of our skiers, and same thing with the a little trick like a wake line front. It's hard when with heavy rain, the eyes, the rain in the eyes. It's hard to find the top of that wake sometimes and get the crest of the wake and get the spring off the top. And this makes your judgment a little bit off.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out! I had a message from an Aussie. A very good junior overall skier from probably almost 30 years ago now, Dane Puxty. He just said, "G'day." I don't know if you remember Dane, because his uncle Bruce Coburn's trick judging at the moment. But yeah, it was great to hear from Dane. Don't see him around the sport that much, but he's certainly enjoying the coverage. So a lot of Aussies tuning in at the moment.
Came on over to Louisiana not too long ago.
Oh, of course, yeah. He was spent a lot of time at Bennett's, didn't he?
Yeah, indeed.
Very good collegiate skier was Dane. Okay.
All right, there. Here comes Susanna Orikova. Toe 5 back, toe back to backs. Putting a lot of pressure on herself. This is where the bulk of her points is going to come from. Toe wake back to back. And I don't think that toe wake front would be credit worthy, and certainly the toe wake line back to come afterwards certainly won't be, as she fell on that move.
Yeah, you're right, Tony. That toe wake front, I think it was, going out.
That would have been 150 points.
Yeah, whether she actually went over the wake before she turned is debatable.
And there's an indication there. Well, she fell on the toe wake line back, but it might not have counted anyway. It would have been out of time, at least in the review stage. And the toe wake front there, not over the wake, so 150 points goes by the wayside there. But everything else that she performed before it, including the initial toe 5 back, was clean and credit worthy.
Yeah, you see that toe wake front there, not going over the crest of the wake before she turned, falling on the toe wake line back.
All right, we're going to get her a grand total soon. We've got a committed score. It's 3680, 3,680 points on the basis of adding that score of 2230 to the 1450 that we saw earlier on the strength of pass number one. So that score of 3680 currently putting her in the lead. And things didn't look all that peachy after that fall there on the spin after the 5 front. But she came through very, very well with the toe tricks to put up a score that is now the lead with 3680.
Yeah, we're going to see that moving through the seat, Tony. I think you can see the scores will continue to rise. I think probably if you looked at the world ranking list, the first skier off in this series probably has a ranking around that 3,500, and the last skier off probably has a ranking up around 6,000. So there's a bit of a spread in this series, I think.
Now, here's a skier that's been talked about almost constantly for her jumping ability, but she does have an overall capability too. This is Maja Jakobsen from Denmark.
Yeah, because world junior record holder in the jump event.
Yeah, twice over. She actually scored the world record here in the Junior Europeans, and then a few weeks later increased upon it in the Polk City Fall Classic, I believe.
Yep, going through some hand tricks. The rain continues to fall. Wake line back, finish up. We've got a flip here, maybe. Oh, yeah.
Oh, nicely done. And the back foot wasn't even fully in the ski there.
And
But,
reverse.
and the reverse as well. I don't know whether that's going to be in time or not.
I hope it's in time. It looks like a trick she doesn't always get, the way she throws the fist, but maybe she needs to have it a little bit earlier on in her run, because it's worth a heck of a lot more points than some of the other tricks that happened earlier. But it's good to see that smile on her face.
Absolutely. Oh, and traveling across the wake there with that wake line, with that wake O, but actually uses the momentum that she generated from that trick to carry across the left-hand wake to do the wake back and wake front there. Just looking at her with the surface moves there, a surface back-to-back, and now she goes in for a step sequence. A very abridged step sequence, because she doesn't complete she only completes half the typical amount of tricks there for the step sequence. Now she goes in for the backflip, and now drags the hand in to stabilize the landing, up and over. Is that going to be in time or not? We'll find out, but there you go. That is Maisa Jakobsen.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it was in time, though. That seemed like a lot of tricks. That is really heavy rain now. It's getting to the point now that if you're vertically challenged, if you're one of the shorter people on site, you might want to head for higher ground.
All right,
because there's a fair bit of water flowing now.
Yeah, I think I saw Noah in his arc somewhere down here.
It's interesting though, Tony. It's not very windy, so we get a lot of rain in New Zealand, particularly this time of year, which is winter back home in New Zealand. But it normally comes with a fair bit of wind. But I've got to say that although it's rained quite a lot in the last 24 hours here, there's very little wind at all. Keeps the lake nice and calm.
So you're suggesting that we go slalom now?
No, it's too heavy for slalom. But I'm just saying it could be worse. It could be worse.
Could be a lot worse. Yes, indeed.
You grew up in Great Britain. I'm from New Zealand. It can definitely be worse than this.
Oh, we've slalomed in this in the Nationals way back in the day. Slaloming and jumping too. And I tell you. Anyway, the first pass score was 15:30. That had the wake back-to-back and knocked off the total with the reverse. Going with toe tricks, just trying to just force herself to do each one, even though the rain is getting in her eyes. Doing more from feel than anything. Oh, and tries to quickly turn into that toe-o wrap in. But there we go. She'll lose that trick, and I think there'll be the fall was less than the 20-second mark, so it shouldn't come down to timing. It's just going to come down to judging and reviewing.
Watch this first trick here. There's a bit of a hitch there in the toe five back. She's going to lose. She won't be scored a toe five back. She'll be scored a toe back, and then maybe three toe back-to-backs, which means she'll only get paid for two, of course. I mean, at the end of the day, she's here for the jump event, and the slalom and the tricks is kind of just a bit of a bonus for her. Gets her involved in the overall, helps out her team score.
And here's a bit of a conundrum for you there with that toe five back that she initially produced. Two of our officials have scored that as a toe five back, and looks like the scoring is a little all over the place right now. They're going from a toe five back to a toe and then a toe back. So they're trying to settle on what she actually did in reality. So it looks like it's going to be around 13:60. Looks like the timing is going to be invoked here. Committed score of a 13:60. Grand total of 28.90. 2,890 points.
Yeah, it's one of the things with the eye trick, Tony. You know, there's two or three different ways to write down that trick. Like you could write toe five back, no credit, or you can write. You you kind of have to put in what you saw, which was a toe back and then a toe back to back.
But I mean, if you're calling it toe 5 no credit, you've got to explain the reason why it's no credit.
And you need all 5 judges to kind of do the same thing. It's with eye trigger, you've got different judges calling different tricks. It can get just slightly muddled. So, but these guys all know what they're doing. I mean, there's no issues here. This trick judging's been excellent. The eye trick's been working well.
But there you go. We see Maisa Jakobsen in the water right now. She should be relatively pleased with 28.90. At least she got through that opening pass of tricks, even though the one of the 2 flips was out of time.
Looks like we might be holding again now, Tony, for this rain. We're meant to have Amber Butterfield up next from Great Britain. But the boat is sort of headed up the lake now without a skier, which shows that they're holding. Here's a couple of our competitors, a couple of Aussies there, Sadie Ferguson and Lane Maroney. They're up pretty soon, actually, in this this woman's tricks.
They're not used to this kind of rain, are they?
Actually, I think Australia's had a pretty wet winter as well.
Or is having a wet winter.
Yeah, having a wet winter, that's right.
Yeah, it's a wet winter in that part of the world right now. And I mean, how warm are the winters in like somewhere like Darwin, which is all the way up in the Northern Territory?
Well, hot. warmer than even Florida. Like in fact, the Saddingtons, you see Corey Saddington skiing at these Worlds. They've just bought a section, the Saddington family, on a man-made ski lake up in Darwin. And that's where he did his training for these Worlds. He didn't go to the States, to Florida. He normally would go to Ski Fluid with Kai Lead, but he stayed in Darwin. And they had temperatures up in the mid-30s in terms of Celsius, so 35, 36 degrees in winter in Darwin.
Wow.
Darwin's not all that far from the equator, to be fair. It's
right next to East Timor and the like.
Yeah, I mean, it's mind-blowing how big Australia is. It really is. Especially when you come to a place like Europe, and we're kind of talking now because we're waiting for the boat to go, but it's crazy, Tony, when I come to Europe and I think, if I got in my car right now, my rental car, and started driving, and I drove 8 hours, it would be amazing how many countries I could drive through, right?
Exactly. But I mean, if you plant Australia somewhere in the middle of Europe, you can actually fit in Iceland over in the upper western corner of Australia, and basically when you place that on top, you'd still be able to get Greece and a good part of the Turkish peninsula there as well, inside that whole landmass of Australia, all the way from the top to northeast down to the southeast rather.
Yeah, it's amazing. Even New Zealand, which is a relatively small country, especially when you look at it on a map next to Australia, which is a big country. But New Zealand, actually, if you put New Zealand over the top of Europe, it's surprising actually how long it is. I think it's from one end of New Zealand to the other is something like from London down to the very south of Spain.
Oh, wow.
In terms of length. So we're really starting to digress a little bit here as we've got a bit of a rain delay. Mind you, as I say that, I think it might be just starting to ease a little bit.
Don't jinx it.
Okay. Oh, here's Glenn Martin. He's saying it's good. Look, he's calling it up. He says, the rain stopped. Let's go. Bring it on.
Roll up.
Roll up. Let's go. He's a man that's fairly wet right now, and he wants to get back to the motel for a hot shower, and he's like, bring them on. Bring them on. I don't know if he can hear us or...
He's absolutely drenched, isn't he?
Yeah. But he's loving life. Big smile.
Yeah, I'd love to go to Australia one of these days. Hopefully it will happen.
Have you never been to Australia, Tony?
No.
That's amazing. Really?
Never.
Huh. So you've obviously never been to New Zealand either?
Nope.
Wow.
Although I do fancy a trip to New Zealand as well. Maybe a visit over down to Queenstown and AJ Hackett's place.
Yeah. The inventor of the bungee jumping.
Does he have one of those rope swing things as well?
Yeah, I think he does, yeah.
I just love those videos, you know, where the guy with the trigger on those ropes goes into conversation with them and saying, "Are you ready? Are you ready?" And just the moment you least expect it, boom.
Yeah, they're pretty funny. I mean, I bungee jumped at the original in Queenstown, AJ Hackett's place, probably, 30 years ago. I'd say a long time ago, and they weigh you, and then they ask you whether you want to end up in the water or not quite in the water. And they're all up there, and they've got loud, AC/DC rock music playing. There's a little whiff of the funny cigarettes as well in the crew, and they get you the right length bungee to say, it was the middle of winter, I didn't want to go in the water, and they to get the exact right length bungee so you don't go in the water. And I'm like, these guys, there's no way they can be that accurate. And sure enough, I jumped off and thought, I'm definitely going to hit the water, and I was sort of only 6 inches from the water, and boom, up you go again. So they don't look like they know what they're doing, but they certainly do.
Yeah, indeed. So here we go. We've got Amber Butterfield from Great Britain about to take to the water, and it looks like she's going to do toe tricks for her opening pass. Looks like she's wrapping into something along the lines of a toe 5 back, but from this same wrap you can probably do about a couple of other tricks from this option right here. But let's see if she attempts the toe 5 back. Yep, toe 5 back, looking fairly smooth.
Delays a bit here for the toe wake
back to back. And kind of forced into that toe wake front there. Could have taken about a couple of seconds out and thought about that move a little bit with a little bit more clarity, but not too bad there for the first few tricks prior to that fall there, Glenn.
Yeah, well, she was going well, pretty good there. Just that holding that reverse toe back can be difficult at times. She sort of got stuck here, didn't she? Then she forces it, and I don't think this will be credit to toe wake back.
No, it isn't.
No, because she's on the surface, and then,
three flat and two
probably,
pre-turn.
as you said, Tony, could have just paused for a second there and got herself sorted again, composed, and then would have got a few more points.
Yeah, I mean, even pausing just a little bit there would have taken the whole pre-turn aspect out of that trick out, and would have made that trick more credit-worthy by putting more air between the ski and the water. But Amber Butterfield is being transported towards the other end of the lake. Currently, her points total is 1,150, 1,150 points on the strength of the tricks that she produced on pass number 1. We'll wait to see what she will produce. Almost lost the ski out the back of the boat there for a moment.
Yeah, I wonder what the rule is on that. I guess you'd have to go back. It's not really the skier's fault.
Or they might just proceed on and put the new ski on the foot and go grab it later. I don't know. It's just
we'd be
one of
getting
those
pretty tough if we if we weren't letting them go back for the ski. Not many ice cream sales today, you'd have to say, Tony. There's some plenty of ice cream stands, but they're not even open today.
This is Italy. There's always an excuse to eat ice cream.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're not open today. They've not bothered coming out. A bit of hot coffee being sold.
Cappuccinos.
Yeah, the old cappuccino. It's my only Italian word I know, actually, cappuccino.
But I think the convention here in Italy is you don't drink cappuccino past 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay.
You can have espressos.
Yeah, because the cappuccino's it's more like a dessert than an actual coffee, really, when you think about it.
Yeah. But they have some strong cappuccinos in this part of the world, I can tell you. But I mean, those espresso shots. Ooh, daddy.
Wow, I don't know. You probably can't hear that on the webcast at home, but that is some pretty serious thunder.
Oh, they can hear it.
And lightning.
And looks like Glenn Martin doesn't want any part of that. Looks like Amber Butterfields are getting covered up here. I don't know. I mean, were they about to send her out in the water with a bin liner on her head?
Well, no, the hooded towel is actually known to not conduct electricity, Tony, so it's a great protector. So I think this has been put on as a protector.
Mm-hmm.
The boat's coming back, guys, and we're going to have a bit of a delay now, unfortunately. And, geez, we're finding a good way to turn a half day into a full day, aren't we, at this today with the tricks. We had 3 hours of tricking to get through. We've been going now for probably at least 5 hours.
No good deed goes unpunished, I guess.
That's right. Got the Congress tonight. Not too many people have to go to that, but I do, unfortunately. I've got the New Zealand's votes for the Congress, so that gets underway, I think, at just after 6.
So you tire of the politics?
So I think as you get older and start to get a bit greyer, you start to get sucked into the politics a little bit. Tony. You've managed to avoid it so far, but
well,
there's not too many Kiwis here actually at these Worlds, which is a bit unfortunate. But,
now, Jamie Metcalf is going to be a slalom in for New Zealand. She's going to be, I think, in either Series 2 or Series 1.
Yeah, tomorrow morning. She skis, I would say she skis about kind of 9:30, maybe 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, which back in New Zealand will be a 7:30, 8 p.m. maybe in New Zealand on a Friday evening, I guess. So there'll be plenty of New Zealand water ski fans watching Jamie Metcalf ski.
Now, Jamie Metcalf has based herself primarily from Switzerland the last few years, right?
Yeah, absolutely. She lives in Switzerland, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Jamie Metcalf's a great story, though, because she's the youngest ever New Zealander to ski at an Open Worlds. She skied at Open Worlds, actually here in Italy. It wasn't on this site, though.
2001.
This site hadn't been built. No, in 1999 she skied.
1999 would be in it at the Idroscala, in 2001 was 2 years.
Okay, yeah. So she was only 14 when she skied at those Worlds, and then she must be around 40 now, I guess, which means, she's not only the youngest but also the oldest New Zealander to ever ski at Open Worlds.
Wow, that's longevity.
She did have a bit of a break in between. I think she skied, didn't ski between 2007 and then she came back in 2019, of course, and won the bronze medal in the women's slalom. So, yeah. There's the Jamie Metcalf story.
Yep, and she still continues to enjoy the sport, especially skiing at San Gervasio during the pro event that it's now into its 11th season now.
Well, there's probably not too much to do right now other than.
Well, looks like
play some ads, I guess. I'm not sure.
I guess. I mean, we can converse for the benefit of the folks.
I could do a bit of work for Tourism New Zealand, trying to attract some more people down to our lovely country.
Now, how did that University Worlds go?
Yeah, good. Yeah, no, it was good. Really good having University World Champs in a big city. Like the athletes were basically staying in downtown Auckland, and it was, it's not the greatest water ski site in the world. It's quite an open site, but we did have good weather for it, and it was a good event for New Zealand, hosting first ever time hosting a tournament skiing worlds. Hosted plenty of barefoot world championships and ski racing worlds, but first time hosting a tournament worlds, and I think it was a huge success. All the skiers seemed to really enjoy it. Quite a relaxed, laid-back kind of world champs. And obviously a few of them went on the next week to Moomba, so it kind of worked in to do the two tournaments one after the other.
All right, then. Looks like the rain is falling a little bit, so... All right, then. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and when we come back, the rain should have subsided enough to where we can continue back after this at the 2025 IWWF World Water Ski Championships.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, I got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kicking it overdrive. Go, on your mark. Get ready, set, go!
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
Masterline. Made in the USA.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
All right, there. Looks like we've got a non-scoring warm-up pass here for Amber Butterfield from Great Britain. Now, her score based on pass number 1 is already locked in at 1,150 points for the tricks that she scored. But this is a warm-up pass prior to her second and final 22nd pass, which would explain the reason why she has a rear strap on the back of that ski, because she did toe tricks originally with the boat going in this direction for her first run there, Glenn.
Yeah, that's correct, and gives her an opportunity actually that most skiers don't get. She gets the warm up on hands before she actually does her hand run. So just had another probably 15 odd minute rain delay, which because it's more than 10 minutes you get a warm-up pass. So welcome back to all our viewers around the world. A bit of a stop-start day today. It's obviously fairly wet, a bit of a storm rolling through northern Italy, but the forecast for the rest of the World Champs is good. Obviously back on for tomorrow, actually right from tomorrow morning through till Sunday evening we have a full program, so we can't really afford too many delays for those final 3 days, but at the moment we do have time up our sleeve. Just looking to get through these 3 series of tricks today, which is proving to take just a wee while. We started at 8:30 this morning looking for a sort of an 11:30 a.m. finish, but we've had delay after delay, and I think currently it's about 2 p.m. here in Ricciardo. Shout out to Rob Wing, he's just messaged me, Tony. He's watching this webcast, enjoying the banter between us. Of course, Rob Wing, a voice synonymous with the Moomba Masters and a very famous water ski family in Australia. Rob, arguably the #1 English-speaking trick commentator in the world. So he'll be enjoying this trick event.
Indeed, indeed he would be.
Oh. Kiss cam, kiss cam.
If looks could kill. All right there. So let's have a look and see what Amber Butterfield can do for pass number 2. She's looks like she's warmed up adequately for this first trick, which is going to be a wake line O. Just trying to position herself outside the wake. Now a little bit of a swing here, a wake line O, getting that done. Wake line back, line front, line back, wake line front. Winding it on here with the wake back-to-backs, surface back-to-backs. Bulked out and doing the 5 front there in favor of doing the ski line back a couple of sides, and surface 5. There you go. Not bad there. So good redemption effort there. She fell on the toe wake back-to-back on her original opening pass, but coming through very, very well with the second one.
Yeah, I mean, she'll be happy with that stand-up pass. It's never easy when you've got a sort of a 15, 20-minute delay between passes because of rain. She stands up nicely, though.
Yeah, nice. No two ways about it. No, she got the job done, and it's more valuable points for the British team effort. And just going from methodically from one trick to the next, not doing anything too quickly or not performing any unforced errors out there on the pass, especially with these wake back-to-backs as she threw them down. There we go. Now she bulked out on doing the 5 front, but then she continued on up the wake for the ski line back. I'm not too sure if that rope was completely out the water in mid-rotation. The judges are going to look at that. It looks like it is come up as amber on my scoring tablet here, which means that the judges are going to take a second glance at that one. Rope in the water unanimously, so no points, nothing there for that one. That would have been 350 points. And there is no foot in the water with the wake line back. Now, with the line tricks, you've got to put that foot in the water to complete it, especially when you're doing the wake line back.
Yeah, I certainly did notice that. I wasn't going to mention it because it's unusual to see a trick taken for that. But, yeah, you don't actually have to put your foot right in the water. You just kind of, even in the spray, I guess, you know, like it has to get wet, which is kind of unusual because it's already wet. But if you know what I mean. But, yeah, I did think that when I saw the trick, but I certainly wasn't going to comment that they should take it. But fair enough from the judges.
All right, there. So that's Amber Butterfield. That second pass is subject to timing. The last trick, which should be in time, is a reverse side slide. The surface 5 back and the positional to the front looks like it's going to be out of time. Looks like we're pushing the score for Amber Butterfield. It is 2,500 points, 2,550. So 2 Swiss skiers back to back. We're going to see Kirsti Wolfersberg in a few moments, but before her, Julie Fay. Toe tricks opening pass here.
Yep, looks like it'll be toe 5 back to start. So and it is toe back to backs.
Toe wake back and toe wake front there, missing the top of the wake. I don't know if the judges are going to look particularly kindly upon that. There we go. There's the toe wrap in. And you know, with her actually going with that toe front early off the wake, it kind of put her off her rhythm a little bit, I would imagine.
Yeah, there's a couple of toe slides there that I'd have another look at. They possibly weren't the full 90 degrees, but we'll have a look. See what,
okay, so we're in the judging phase right now. We're identifying the tricks. We're identifying the trick that she fell on, which is the toe O. And we're in the review phase. Looks like the judges have been pretty kind so far to Julie Fay's tricking. Starting off with the toe 5 back. You know, it's good constant rotation with no partition in the middle. Otherwise, it comes off as a toe O, toe back. And now it's going to timing, and pretty much all of those tricks, aside from a repeat trick of a toe front performed earlier, seems to have been accepted.
Yeah, and I'll take back what I said, because the toe slides are actually good. When I see them on replay, the toe slides were fine. I thought when I initially saw it live from the boat camera that maybe the toe slides weren't quite there, but they were good.
Committed total 1,710 points, 1,710. Fell on the toe afterwards, and there you see up on the screen a committed score, 1,710 points. Absolutely credit from top to bottom there. Aside from the toe win, which he fell. So, continuing right along, we are just short of halfway down the list. We are actually halfway on the list here. We're Julie Fay, our 5th skier out of 10 on this list, and we still got 2 more series of trickers to come, which I believe is going to be among tomorrow's action. That'll be series 2 and 1 for women's elimination round. And we are in the final series of action for today. And the reason why we have so few series today is because we moved a good chunk of the action from today to yesterday, especially with the jump event, because we knew we were going to get weather of this kind rolling through today. So we wanted to make sure that it didn't impact too many events, and move the bulk of the action from today to either yesterday or tomorrow.
Yeah, smart play from the organisers, the locals, the chief judge, reading the weather forecast, and yeah, they said it was going to be a pretty nasty day today with lots of rain, and they've certainly got that correct.
And the thunder as well to accompany it. Oh, nicely, very aggressive there with the wake lino, and now you see the difference there with the toe tap on the water with the step sequence. Wake back to back, surface back to back, bringing the handle down, wake front, wrapping in, does the double wrap there for the wake 5 front there, and going for the ski line back. I think it's going to be out of time though, even if she'd skied that one away, but. That's a rather unusual wrap.
Yeah, you don't see that very often. I'm looking forward to watching the replay on that. Essentially wrapping up, then turning into the back wrap and doing a wake 5 front wrapped up.
Used to be John Battleday used to start off his runs like that. There we go, going through the through our effort there. That step sequence looked pretty clean to me. 260 points there for the wake lino, and going through the sequence, adding another 400 or so points of tricks. And they're wrapping in.
Get ready for this.
There we go. And a wake 5 front there.
Yeah, well, it works for her. It's a little bit of time lost there, wrapping up, I guess. But
ski line back, but I think the rope was in the water.
Yeah, she fell anyway.
Yeah, it would have been out of time too.
Well, she's 3 ways she lost that.
Yep. Fall, which was a fall, and rope in the water, of course.
Yeah, and out of time.
Okay, and everything else looked good.
Yeah.
So it looks like 1890, the timing coming into play there, 1890 on pass number 2. And that means that the grand total is going to be 3,600. Looks like she gained an additional side slide there, so scrub 3,600, and now it's 3,640. All right there, so we're now moving on from one Swiss skier to another. And this skier, who used to ski for Louisiana's Raging Cajuns and representing Switzerland here, this is Kirsi Wolfersberg.
Yep, toe fight back to back-to-backs. Oh, geez.
Ooh,
almost lost it on
got out of
toe fight
that
front,
one.
But she's okay. Got the old windmill going with the arms.
Toe wake-o, nicely done. Reverse toe back, toe wake back to back. Couple of toe sides and
Nice
toe
run.
wake back. Nicely done. And I'll tell you what, a skilled little bit of a Houdini exercise in the middle of that run with that toe 5 front. Almost lost that trick and lost the remaining ones afterwards had she have fallen, but she avoided that fall. And we'll take a look at the instant replay.
I think this is all credit, Tony. We'll have a look on the replay, but I didn't see anything here that the judges would take off her. But certainly been wrong plenty of times before, so we'll see. Maybe a little bit of a hitch there in that toe 5 front.
Yeah.
That I didn't pick up before, but
probably that's why it was judged to be a toe front. But let's have a look and see. Toe Waco looked good there. Just looking and seeing how these are marked, but I mean there may have been a discrepancy in the eyes of a couple of officials, but that's about it. I mean, you have to have a majority to get the trick scored and with credit, and that seems to be.
So what are you saying, Tony? That toe 5 front's okay?
Yeah, toe 5 front appears to be fine.
Yeah, it depends. See, the first angle's from the boat, which is what the judges are watching. When I watched it from the boat, I initially thought at real speed that it was fine. And then when you watch from the side there, I did probably see a little bit of a hitch, but in slow-mo. But don't forget the judges are watching it from the boat angle.
Toe wake back-to-back has been knocked for two judges judged it as a pre-turn, and the other one thought that was flat.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know.
All right then. So looks like we're subjecting this pass to timing, and 1960 is the provisional score. 1,960. It's a committed score now. 1,960. And now let's bring her in for pass number 2. This will consist of hand moves.
Yep, well, she's going to go for the wake line O. There's been quite a bit of that lately.
There we go, line back and line front, foot in the back binding, goes in for the wake back-to-back, and here's the reverse surface back-to-backs, typical sequence here. Positional to the front, positional wake
Speed
to the
goes
back.
up for the flips.
Boom, hits that one, cases the top of the wake, but that's 500 points. That's another 500 points, 360-degree spin, and good, solid effort there. She is going to be really, really stoked about that. That is Kirsi Wolfersberg from Switzerland, and world-class effort there out on the trick ski. And her family are world-class bakers, if you didn't already know.
No, I did not know that.
Yeah, they have their branches all across Switzerland, and her father actually is a European champion for baking.
Oh, wow. Well, I think we might have our new leader here. I think when you add the two runs together, that Chrissy may take the lead in this trick event. We'll have to wait for the scores to come through. The judges are looking at it at the moment, of course.
Provisionally, it's 2160 on pass number 2.
Yeah, which means 4120, I think, if my maths are right, in total.
Yep.
Which would be our leader, I think. Was that right, Tony?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So well done.
Looks like it's going to time in, and the O and the reverse O outside of the wake, which are these moves here, would be out of time. So everything else beforehand was scored.
So you're saying your father's a award-winning baker?
Yep.
Well, I wouldn't mind being the judge of that, Tony. I'm judged a lot of baking over the years. It's
Well,
a lot
I've
of
actually-
pies, cakes, stuff like that. I'm just wondering whether maybe he could come along and we could have a few samples. And
Well, I've actually sampled it myself.
have you, mate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially the coffee eclair.
Oh, that sounds good. That does sound good. Righto, Aussie water ski fans. You've got 2 skiers in a row now. We've got Lane Moroney, and she'll be followed by Sadie Ferguson.
All right, then. So we're pushing a score out there for Kirsi Wolfersberg. It is 4180, 4,180 points, and that gives her the lead. And there you see the leaderboard right there.
So Lane Moroney, bronze medalist at the University World Champs in the trick event. A personal best is a shade over 5,000 points.
Wake Lino to get things up and running. There's the toe tap in the water, assuring that she gets those step tricks scored in the middle. Now she goes in for the wake back-to-back, surface back-to-back. There you go. There is the wake back and wake 5 front, wake 5 back there on the outside of the wake. A 540-degree spin on the surface.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
Pretty good
nicely
stand-up
done.
run. The only trick there that the judges might look at was right at the end there, that wake 5 back going out. But we'll wait and see. Let's watch the replay.
And I've seen a lot of innovation so far as how these tricks are sequenced. I mean, obviously, this is a tried and true step sequence. I mean, we've seen these for years and years now.
Yeah, that whole sequence is at 540 or 560 points. I'm trying to remember. I used to have it in my trick run.
Yeah, so I mean, 260 points for the wake line, though, 160 points each for the wake line tricks, and then line front and line back 110 points each. So there and thereabouts, 3,200.
Yeah, probably even more than I thought.
320 at 220. Yep.
Yeah, it's more than it's. Well, stand-up pass there for Lane. We'll just wait for those judges' scores to come through.
Looks like the 5 front, the surface 5 front, is going to have some issues in regards to timing, and also to the fact that it may have been judged to be a front and a back or a side or what. The officials all over the place a little bit with that one, but. Looks like the 5 front is being added into time, so it looks like the side and the side reverse are going to be out of time. And there was also some concerns about there not being much in the way of a hesitation between the first side and the reverse.
Yeah, but that's little tricks at the end. The main thing for Lane, she's got all the points from the big tricks, all credit. So 22.10 is not a bad hand pass for her.
And there we see on the dog getting ready to go, dressed in camouflage green.
It's not quite Aussie green, is it?
No. It's just maybe about 5 or 6 shades are offset from that.
So Lane skis at the same, Moala, where the Worlds are going to be in 18 months' time. Skis a lot with Wayne Bryant. Wayne Bryant, one of the better trick coaches, I think, in the world. Well, certainly knows a lot about tricking, so I think he would have had a bit of input into Lane's trick skiing growing up.
And also was involved in the importation, or at least the manufacture of trick skis under the KD brand for many, many seasons.
Yeah, still is. I'm sure Wayne's watching. This is not going too bad here for Lane. A little bit bobbly in the middle, but she stood it up.
All
so
right, nicely done. I like that.
She's got a nice smile on her face. Well, maybe. There's just a few tricks in the middle there. She kind of it got a little bit scrappy on her and maybe lost some time and hopefully not some credit, but we'll wait and see. It's a solid enough score, though. It will be, I think, probably new lead, Tony. I think we'll see that score be up around maybe 4,500. I'm not sure it's going to be 5, but
it will be north of 4, certainly.
Yeah, absolutely.
How far north of 4, we'll find out in a moment as we look at the instant replay on the pass number 2 there for Lane Maroney. Now, as we go through the review period, it looks like the toe front and the toe side and its reverse are going to be out of time initially. So it looks like that the final trick she might have gotten within time is the toe wake back to back. But that would have occurred right after the toe wake O, which is acceptable, except to one judge who said it was a pre-turn. But then going through the toe front and toe back into the toe wake back to back. That toe wake front there prior to those 2 side slides are out of time, as are the side slides themselves. Looks like we've committed a score of 24.50. 24.50, which gives us
a pretty good score then. What are we going to be, 46.70 or something, is it?
46.60.
Okay, so it's a good score from Lane. Not a PB. A PB is just over 5, but in a world situation, you would take that, I think. She's going to be pretty happy, Lane Maroney, with 46.60. So Australia will be happy. In Australia, they love this competitor, Sadie Ferguson. Shout out, I'm sure the Green family will be watching this back home in Perth. Sadie spends a lot of time with the Green family Over there, Ryan, of course, and Sarah.
And has spent
Daisy and Fletcher.
And has spent a good portion of the European summer
Beautiful
over in
7.
Bordeaux.
Yeah.
Toe weight back-to-back. Toe weight back-to-back reverse. Look at that.
This is good tricking.
Toe 5 front. All right. Now she's starting to wind it on here. Toe wake O. Toe wake lino. Nice. Look at this.
This is a good toe run.
Oh,
really good toe run. Don't worry about falling at the end there, Tony. I mean, I've watched a lot of Sadie growing up. I've watched her trick probably since she was 11, 12 years of age. And she's worked a lot on her toes, I think, in the last year or so. That was probably one of the better toe runs I've ever seen from Sadie Ferguson. So starts off nicely in this trick event.
Yep, and it's definitely going to be a pretty decent score, provided that she can do a similar effort with a second and final 20-second pass. We're in the judging phase, and now we're into the review phase. It looks like it's going to be fairly clean, save for the toe side and reverse toe side. And if that is the case, then a first pass is going to yield a point score somewhere north of 3,500 points.
Wow. That's a big toe pass from Sadie. As I said, I think she's obviously done a lot of work with her toe tricking in the last couple of years.
Boom, look at that.
Yeah, nice.
That's the mark of confidence right there, and then that one too.
Yeah. There's a lot of spray and stuff after the trick, but the actual trick itself looks great to me. And just falls. Yeah, what's that, a toe slide?
Unfortunately,
probably out of time.
Unfortunately, the officials don't quite
They don't agree with me?
They don't, because that 480 point trick has been pulled for foot in the water for 3 out of the 5 judges.
Her foot was in the water, Tony, but I'm not sure that it was in the water when she went over it. But that's we'll leave that one. That's a judge's call. I'm not a world's judge, Tony. I'm just a backyard tournament judge, and I would have given that toe weight 360, but that's toe line 360. But hey.
All right, that means that pass number 1 will be given a score of 3,110 on pass number 1, as we see our latest Italian to take to water, Alicia Bagnoli, be ready to go, and we see
a high scoring trick for Sadie to lose, unfortunately, but still she's on target here for, potentially a 6,000 point score, or at least a 5,500 point score. If you can stand up the sand pass.
And it may not take much, to make it through into the next round of the competition. There are 2 other series of ladies trickers, but you just never know. Now, a lot of the reason why a skier of Sadie Ferguson's caliber may be tricking in this series is maybe she doesn't have that many ranking trick scores that would actually elevate her into that later series, so to speak.
Yeah, I think Sadie, the tricks is probably Sadie's weaker event of the 3. She's also had a horror run with injuries. Not lately. I think the last kind of 18 months or so she's been pretty much injury-free as far as I know. But, trick is her weaker event. And there's a calibre of women's tricking worldwide now, as you know, Tony, so high that... but I would pick, she may not have tricked 6,000 points before, but I'd pick that her PB's around that 5,500, 5,600 maybe. So that's kind of where the score is headed, I think, for Sadie. If
ski
she can
line
stand up
back.
this pass, it's great ski line back.
Beautifully executed. Look at that.
This is good stuff.
Wake 5 front, positional, wake 5 front there. Now she goes into the wake 5 back, stands up, goes in for the backflip. There's one. Here's the second one. Goes straight in, backflip. Oh, 5 on the surface. There you go. Give it up for her. That is Sadie Ferguson.
She's happy. It's good to see Sadie with a big smile, and she's done well out there. This is obviously going to be, she's feeling like it's a PB.
On top of the world, and I tell you what, great skiing there from Sadie Ferguson.
Hopefully everything's in time here. Seems like she went pretty quick.
Yeah, just rapid there, and looks like the judges are going to take a second look at that wake 5 front.
Which one, that one or the next one?
The one after the back-to-backs.
Yeah.
And here's the wake 5 back, which appears to be acceptable in the eyes of our officials.
Yeah,
and
well,
now
I would agree. And presuming these flips are both in time, are they, Tony?
Yeah, they're well within time.
Good news.
Next trick to be scored after that was going to be the surface 5 back. And there are obviously some timing issues there with the surface 7 back.
The cool thing, Tony, did you hear her? She was screaming with joy whilst doing those last 2 tricks. She landed that second flip. She was doing the surface 5s, and you could hear her yelling out on the lake. So she knew she'd got a good score.
Okay, it looks like on that 5 front, the one after the back-to-backs, one judge said it was flat, another judge said it was not complete or slid, and another judge concurred with that opinion as well. So it looks like
looking at about 5,800, is it? That's 5,800-ish for Sadie, which will be...
Well, 2680 on pass number 2, which should give a grand total of 5790.
Yeah,
5,790.
so I think that's a PB for Sadie. We'll have to get it confirmed. I think probably, maybe when she finished that run, she thought she tricked 6,000, Tony, and that's why she was super happy. And she's just unfortunately lost a couple of tricks. She's lost that toe wake lino and that wake 5 front, which has obviously cost her a few points, but still it's a great score at 57.90.
Here we go, folks. Alicia Bagnoli with the toe 7 front, toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, going cautiously here. And a lot of that caution has to do with the fact that she has been injured and has only recently gone back onto the water within the last few days after sustaining an off-season training room injury way back in January of this season.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Alicia. And she's fallen probably, 2/3 of the way down this toe pass.
Okay, it looks like the score is going to be, if everything is acceptable in the review phase, 2,410 points, 2,410 points for Alicia Bagnoli on pass number 1. So she is our penultimate skier in Women's Series 3, and I tell you what, the weather's not all that bad now.
No. We've been here before, though, Tony. We've had moments where the rain stopped and it seems to keep coming back at us. So hopefully we just need, another 45 minutes or so of no rain just to finish this trick event. Probably don't even need that long, really. In fact, we don't. We've only got one skier left.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Sandra Outram is going to be our last skier off the dock.
Give us another 20 minutes without rain and we'll have today, day 3 of these World Championships done and dusted.
Mm-hmm. There's Ricky Caselli in the towboat switching out the ski and the line and everything associated with what she needs to do with the second and final 20-second pass. And she's only just gone back onto the water within the last few days, and she says that she's skiing relatively pain-free. She will be slaloming as well. She is generally a 2-event threat. She does jump sometimes, especially when the Italians call upon her for her overall total. But right now, Alicia Bagnoli, it's just one of the stories of the season so far as the Italians go. They're calling upon her services in the tricks and the slalom event, and she just managed to get fit enough to compete in these championships within the last few days.
Well, good on her, and she's got, as you said, 2,400 odd on her toe pass, which with a fall towards the end, so missed out a few points, but still not a bad score off toes. Very quick start here, quick and crisp start to her hand pass.
And she only knows one speed. Alicia, look at that 5 back. Now she's going to go into the backflip sequence. There she goes. She nails that one. Nails that one. Come on, Alicia. Positional to the back. Didn't quite get the lift there on that run that particular trick, and she was on her way, but unfortunately, Alicia Bagnoli, I think, is in a little bit of two minds right now. Disappointed that she didn't make it all the way through to the end of each pass, but I think that to get to this stage where she is fit enough to actually ski after what she sustained at the early part of the season, she'll feel kind of relieved that of her effort out there.
Yeah, she's still going to be a solid score. Won't be quite as much as Sadie's, I don't think, but still going to be up around, what,
maybe
high
about
fours?
Basically somewhere between 4,500 points and 5,000.
Yeah, something like that.
So we're reviewing the tricks right now. It looks like the tricks that she was able to perform on pass number 2 are all credit. She fell on the backflip to the front, the half cab, and looks like here comes the point total, 2,300 points on pass number 2, which gives her a grand total of 4,710. The timing's not going to be an issue because she fell before the end of 20 seconds, so we're with a high degree of confidence there. 47.10 is going to be the final score for Alicia Bagnoli. That should put her in the top 5.
Yep, it certainly will. And we've got our last skier now in today's tricking. This is last skier in Series 3 of ladies' tricks for the 2025 Worlds. It'll be Sancha Outram, representing Great Britain.
And a skier that you're pretty familiar with because she
lives in New Zealand. Yeah,
lives in New Zealand these days.
Yeah, and we get her around the tournament circuit in New Zealand. She's a lovely young lady, really is. One of the nicest people you'll ever meet.
All right, last skier of the day's action. It took us a while to get here, but we're at the final skier to take to the water in the action in Women's Series 3 Women's Tricks Elimination.
Okay, wake line 540.
5 front. We don't get to see this an awful lot.
There we go.
Foot in the back binding, wake back to back, wake back to back, surface back to back. Wind on wake 5 front there. Positional to the back, wake 5 front. Here she comes with the wake O. Now edging out, going in for the backflip. Gets good elevation there. Cases the wake, hits that one as well. But there we go, surface O. And a couple of sides. Nicely done there for Sancha.
Yeah, stands up the pass. There's a couple of wake tricks in the middle there, Tony, that I don't think she'll get credit for, which is going to cost us some points.
Maybe the wake 5 front?
Yeah, and
the Waco?
Was it the Waco after that? Yeah.
Or even the wake line 5 front?
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to go there, Tony, but there's a possibility, you're right. So she could be about to lose some points here, which would be disappointing, and I think she knows it too. She's a very good judge, arguably one of the best trick judges in the world, Sancha Outram, so she will have a fair idea.
She may be losing close to about 1,000 points. Yeah. However, the only one judge is saying that the wake line 5 front is flat.
Oh, that's good.
Which will certainly be of some relief to her going forwards in retrospect. And let's have a look and see the remaining tricks. The Waco towards the end, that was flat on that one according to our officials. There's the backflip, and here comes the reverse. And this is going to be the last scoring trick, at least according to initial timing prognostications. So the surface O is out of time. The side slides are out of time. And the 2 tricks in that pass that will not be scored will be the wake 5 front and the Waco that came afterwards.
Yeah, that's what I expected. And then there was even a slight chance she might lose that wake line 5 front, but thankfully it was just the slightest of sort of tip drags towards the end there of that rotation, but the judges have paid it, which is good news for Sancha. Sancha works for Rowing New Zealand, Tony. Rowing New Zealand. New Zealand has a wonderful rowing program.
Yeah.
Lots and lots of Olympic gold medals out of New Zealand rowing.
Yeah, those black rowing boats, right?
Yeah, mate. And
the ones that always tend to finish behind a Team GB.
I don't think that. I think you're watching a different race than me, Tony. So yeah, very proud in New Zealand of our rowing team, and it's great to have Sanch, even though she water skis for Great Britain, helping out New Zealand's win Olympic gold in the rowing. Here we go. Looks like a toe 7 to start for Sancha.
All right, then, here we go.
Oh, no.
A little bit truncated with that move there with the toe fight back.
Oh,
She
Sanch.
goes in for the reverse toe weight back to back.
Oh
and
no,
unfortunately
that's a
goes
disappointing trick set. This young lady.
All right there. So looks like the judging phase comes into play. Toho 200 points, toe back 100. That's 300 so far. You add the toe weight back to back 320. That should give her a point score of 630 on pass number 2. And when added to pass number 1, the total is going to be a little bit disappointed at 29.90.
Yeah. And I see Sanchin going around the circuit, New Zealand tournaments, and regularly tricks over 5,000 points, even up over 6,000 points. So it's a disappointing set there for Sanch. Not her day on the trick ski. The toe 7 just never happened here. She finished up the toe and wasn't in a position to continue around for the next 360 degrees. Then she's trying to just sort of make up stuff here. So wake back to back, and then pretty difficult this toe reverse wake back to back, but
just not traveling across to cover the inside of the wake and maybe find some flat water there, but it is what it is, I'm afraid, for us. For Sancha Outram, to point total is going to be 29.90, 2,990 points based upon 23.60 on the first pass and 630 on the second. All right there, so we're done for the day.
Yeah, and the rain stopped. It's glass calm. But yeah, it's been a good day. Is it? The rain's coming back around? Okay, so
we'll be out.
We'll be out of here by then. I'm going to go and find something to do. I don't know how much time I've got, but
all right.
Go and do some sightseeing.
Okay, let's have a look at the trick leaderboard before you head on out of here. So let's have a look. Sadie Ferguson, big ups for Team Australia.
Yeah, and Lane Moroney in third. So that's good for Australia.
All right then. So let's go from the top downwards to at least the top 5. Sadie Ferguson 57.90, Alicia Bagnoli 47.10, Lane Moroney with 46.60, Kirsi Wolfersberg with 41.80, and Susanna Orakova from Slovakia with 36.80. You can look at the other results by going to IWWF.sport and navigate from that front page to the special page that's dedicated to these World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live here from Ricciotto. My name is Tony Lightfoot. He is Glenn Williams. We've got some more action coming over the next few days, but make sure you join us tomorrow morning as we go into the next set of elimination round action, starting off with women's Series 3 slalom all the way to Series 1. We will get our first 12 skiers to make it through to the final on the basis of those 3 series starting tomorrow. Then we'll go on to Series 2 and Series 1 tricks elimination round. The second of our batch of 12 finalists will be produced from there. And then our third batch comes to us from the Open Women Series 2 and Series 1 jump. That's a whole bunch of action to take place, and it will be starting off tomorrow bright and early at around 8 a.m. So on behalf of everyone here who has a stake in the successful execution of this competition, and from TWBC, and on behalf of my good friend here, Mr. Glenn Williams, put it there, sir.
Thank you, Tony.
All right there.
Always
that is day 3 of action done and dusted, and until tomorrow, it's ciao for now.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets on. Inside, flips around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
World record ropes masterline.